Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen, on this very fine Monday? Hope you all had a good weekend. First one in today, none other than gamedev. In second place we have Jin. How are you doing, guys? I'm doing quite well. I'm gonna be honest, I am a little bit tired. I am definitely a bit sleep deprived today. Did not get too much sleep, but we're gonna try and see if we can still get some work done. Overall, I'm doing good. I had a nice weekend. I was out with some mates. I got a little bit pissed, but it was a good time. Overall, the demo is still performing quite well so far. I am happy. I am very proud to say that we are currently sitting at 69 reviews. That, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty nice, if I may say so myself. I still have not gotten the new demo update out. I do want to get it out as soon as possible. It has taken a bit longer than I wanted to. But to be fair, this update also ended up being fairly big. It's gonna be, since the demo launch, it's gonna be the biggest update so far, with, you know, actually some removed features as well as a handful of new features, some quality of life improvements, and just in general, we have actually improved quite a lot of things. But there still are a couple of things I would want to look over. If you guys remember from last stream, we spent most of the day working on the new intro cutscene. Well, I don't know if new is the correct way of saying it, because let's be honest here, it's basically exactly the same. I just improved the art. But I realized today, looking at it, that I think I still need to improve one more part of it. So let me do this. Basically, we made the trees a little bit more easily read as trees, added some more details, made the, just in general, the whole animation a little bit smoother. Now, normally in-game this will even be a bit quicker. I think it's something like this, maybe. Which, overall, I am actually quite happy with this. I think it turned out pretty good. However, I feel like now, once I fixed the general outside, the mirror just looks a little bit weird. Like, this one is moving way too drastically compared to everything else. I think in the mirror we probably only need to move things like a pixel here, a pixel there. So I kind of do want to do some little tweak here as well. It's a small detail, but it does kind of annoy me. So I think that's what we're gonna start off trying to fix today. Other than that, we just have some minor tweaks. I need to remove the battery tip in the loading screen. I ended up putting a tip there to like charge your flashlight, but obviously since then I have decided to remove the battery system, so gotta remove that tip as well. Still some polish on the new notes pad that we added. And one pretty good feedback we got as well is the fact that you can't actually go back in the menus using escape, which I think you should be able to do. So that, potentially, depending on how much time we have, we're gonna see if we can look into that as well. There's also the whole thing where I feel like we probably should close the inventory on interactions, but that might, I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna do that. Because the annoying thing is that like the entirety of my interactable system has the same base, which means I can't just say on any interaction close the inventory, because the interaction might be to open the inventory or to select a inventory item or whatever it might be. And in those cases we don't want to close it. I guess I could make a bool for it or something and we just check it on most but leave it unchecked on those. Like check it by default. That could work, so maybe. But I think we're gonna see if we can start sorting this out. We'll see how long I'm on today. It's very possible that the stream is gonna be a little bit short today, because like I said, I am a little bit sleep deprived, so we'll see. But we're gonna get into it. I wonder, I don't know if I'm crazy, couldn't I potentially just scale this down and tweak it to actually have a perfect reflection? It would just be, I would put the sprites in the other order, right? I feel like that kinda could work, to be honest. I think it's worth a shot. The only annoying thing is that these are all... Well, what would I want? It's really the forest and the road. I guess I could merge those if we're feeling a little bit crazy. That would make it easier. Well, first of all, I wouldn't need to find out what the center is. So let's do this. Boom, boom, boom. I am going to link these. The good thing here is that I only need 4 frames, and then we're gonna repeat these all throughout. So let's see here. This should be the center of the mirror. Because then I suppose that really if that's the center, we should kind of center the road. It should be way more offset to the left, I assume. Let me see what happens if I do this. What do we do? Reflection. We're gonna make a new layer. We're gonna call this new reflection. Yeah. I'm gonna disable this. What would happen if I went as far as to literally copy the forest, paste that here, and then just scale this down? It's gonna end up as nothing, isn't it? I'm starting to get the impression that this is gonna end up as nothingness. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I think we're gonna need to do this by hand. So let's do that. I guess I should move this. Nah, I don't care. Which color did I use here? The darkest one? Fair enough. Okay, so let's say that the horizon is like here. I think it should be smaller. Maybe even something like this. Because the smaller the horizon is, the longer the road is gonna look, right? I'm fairly certain that's the case. What's the degree here? It's more than 45 degrees. Maybe. Let's just try something and then we can tweak it. I think that could work. Hadouken, welcome in, man. How you doing? He is mad chirpy, I guess. How you doing, man? How was your weekend? Hope you're doing well. Okay, I think this needs to be a little bit more non-perfect. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, maybe something like that. Think so. Obviously we can't do as much details on the trees here. I think maybe... what if we just do 1 pixel... What if I did that all the way? I think that could work. So that would be like the tree... what do you call it? Tree trunks? Yeah. And then we would add a few... maybe we don't do as much here, but we do like a few of these little things. Not too much. Ah, that looks a bit too much. Maybe. Was alright, got a 4-star breakfast yesterday, not too shabby. I suppose the main thing here we gotta keep in mind is that we are going to need to animate this the opposite way. Right? Everything here is coming towards us, everything here should go away from us. Okay. Looks a little bit weird. I think something like this should work though. And we're not gonna need as much details here. And then we're just gonna add a handful of stars here as well. Do maybe something similar to what we had before, like boom, boom, boom maybe? I definitely think it looks better. Just adding that little bit extra details here. Okay, let's use our better onion yo. Because I suppose here we should be able to just flip the sides. I wonder if maybe I could make the row the same. That would probably be fine. I might actually do that. Will I? No, I'm gonna flip the road as well. So we're gonna do this. And then we copy one side over to the other. Yeah, that's the plan. So, new reflection. Copy this. We're gonna paste you here. We're gonna put this at like 30%, and we're gonna make it red. So now we just need to move this. And similarly to last time, we need... we should put out some guidelines here. So we're gonna have 4 frames. 1, 2... 3, 4. Maybe 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we jump here. 1, 2, 3. And then jump there. No. Maybe we go like that. Oh yeah, wait. I need to go the opposite way here. Everything is supposed to go away from me. I need to keep that in mind. Something like that, maybe. And then I guess we'll have to do... what do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the trees are almost aligned perfectly for this as well. That's good. Let's lower this one as well. Okay, new reflection. What do we do here? Well, first of all, we do want to move all of these away from us, which means we're gonna go boom, 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 and boom. But then we do want these darker. I think I'm gonna do everything in the dark gray here. I think that's fine. The stars are obviously not gonna move. I do think the road should move a little bit. So maybe we go 1, 2, boom. 1, boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Just like, you know, we don't want it like the old one was, because the old one I think is moving far too much. Like, this should be the horizon, which means this is moving like, you know, 10 meters to the right and left. Like, I think you should only move like a pixel or 2. Just like a little bit of movement on the road. I think that is fine. It's more so gonna be about the markings on the road as well as the trees. That's what gonna sell the movement instead of the shape of the road. And then all of our trees should move about 1 pixel, maybe except for this one. There I might jump 2 pixels. Here we go, boom. Boom, boom. Right, yeah, the trees are moving away from us, that's what we want. And then, yeah, I guess could almost just move this 1 pixel off. Do want them to get smaller too, though. Maybe something like that. That kind of looks like they're just moving to the side. I mean, I guess that will be what happens though. Everything should be moving towards the center, so that's not necessarily incorrect. It does look a little bit weird when we just have these 2 frames, but I think it might look better once we have a few more going. Oh. Okay, we're gonna keep the horizon the same. All of these are gonna move 1 pixel away from us. So you should become this one. You go there. Yeah. Shouldn't this one be bigger? Wait, when do I get a new tree stump in here? Something to consider as well. Why am I on the 3rd frame? Okay. I want to move the road a little bit, so let's go boom, boom. Boom, boom. Do something like that. No. It feels like I'm moving the entire thing more... just more to the left. Oh yeah, I'm fucked up the horizon, I see. That might be fine. Guess maybe here we should get a new tree in. Sure. I think I kinda fucked this up. I think these need to move higher. Let's try it. Okay, this looks a little bit odd. I mean, it's definitely heading in the right direction. But now I technically need this to become a perfect loop. So we should be one away from this. So wait. 3... Okay. On frame 1, we have the first tree here. Now let's check this one. Okay, so I miscalculated something. Don't know how. I need to jump an extra pixel. That might be fine. Oh no, wait, I don't wanna... No. I only go 1 pixel, because if I go 1 pixel here, then boom, we end up here. And then we're gonna loop back here, boom. Yeah, no, it's fine. This should be a perfect loop. Wait, what? Okay. You with the... Oh, that doesn't make sense. That's frame 1, isn't it? Oh, no, it isn't. Okay. You should be there. Something like so. Yeah. Should be fine. This is slightly confusing, but I think we can do it. New reflection. We want to have the horizon to add a few stars. Now every tree once again needs to jump 1 pixel. I think I need to get this tree in here. I'm gonna put you here. Sure. We can do that. I think that tree can just disappear here. No, never mind. You can't. You're gonna be here. Okay. It's possible that I messed something up here. Loop section. Amesis with the raid. How are you doing, man? Glad to see you back at it. How was the stream? Hope you are doing well. Big shout out to the one and only Amesis, yet another game developer on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. If anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Madchappy and I'm working on a point-and-click horror game, trying to improve the art for the intro a little bit. So far so good. But if you're curious, then here's a little trailer for ya. there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Demo is out right now on Steam, so go and check it out if you're interested. Actually got back into it again, feeling excited about my new idea for the main menu and the transition into the game. The plan is to have the sauna scene where everything will come back to. Ooh, nice! Well, that is definitely a way to tie it back into the Finnish culture, eh? So wait, is the game gonna start in the sauna? Or is it, wait, you said it with the main menu and transition, or is the main menu already in the sauna? Okay, I'm kinda intrigued now. Let me know the details here. What is the current plan? Slight disclaimer today, I am sleep deprived as a motherfucker, so I might be a little bit more low energy than usual, but trying to still get a little bit of work done here. Currently trying to see if we can improve the art for the mirror here, and I think this is a lot better than we had before. There's a little weird jump here that I think we need to fix. That looks a little bit odd. Yeah, this last tree kind of comes from nowhere. I think we might need to do something like this. That still looks a bit weird. Looks like this tree is just disappearing. The whole game is Finnish culture, pretty much. I mean, yeah, that is a fair point. Yeah, so main menu is gonna be our guy sitting in the sauna, and you can select options in game modes by clicking the objects in the sauna. Ooh, nice. Some kind of diegetic main menu of sorts. Once you're done with all, the game will transition seamlessly into the sauna scene, where the steam will fill the room and give you a vision of future/past. Explaining the world a bit, and after that we'll just spawn you outside of the sauna in the world. Oh, that's not... Oh, yeah! Okay, so like the starting area in the game will basically have a little sauna cabin or whatever. That is fucking... that's very fucking clever, man. You know what? I like it so far. I knew Chirpy would drop the diegetic word. Of course, man! Diegetic is it's like my new favorite word. If I can find any excuse to use the word diegetic, I will do it. Ah, fuck, I don't like this. This looks weird. You know, zoomed out, it doesn't look as weird, but... there's definitely some weird fucking dancing going on here. I think I kind of forgot about the whole thing about spawning in the new tree, so I kind of just... Okay, you know what I might do? It is already here. I need to basically spawn in the new tree. I kind of just ended up stretching the first tree more and more. I think we need to fix this. Because the rest looks decent, like everything is moving away. Yeah. Okay, this is where onion skin would have been pretty good. Let's see, that should be the first one. So here, I need this tree. to start going down way earlier. And then we need to start the new tree here. Something like that. Okay. I think this should solve it. Let's copy this. I'm gonna paste you in here. Maybe that's a bit much of a jump now. Let's just try this and see what happens. Okay, so this is the third frame, I'm on the fourth frame, so now this one needs to pretty much disappear. Then here we're gonna have a new tree coming in, maybe something like that. Okay, this might work. There's definitely still some weird jumping going on, but I do think it's better. That's good enough in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's also fairly important to keep in mind that this is relatively small, right? It's a kind of tiny detail. This doesn't even take up like 10% of the screen space, so I don't think people are gonna pay like too much attention to it. I definitely think I'm overthinking this a little bit. It's also gonna be way darker in game, so the small details are just not gonna be as noticeable. I think this is fine. I think it is. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so let's see if we can just flip this to the other side. I think we're gonna say that this is good enough. Windchill is done and polishing the back mirror today. Exactly, damn car enthusiasts. Yeah, I realized after I improved this scene that now the old mirror ended up looking a little bit weird. Like it's way too little details compared to this scene. It still should be less details, but... And here, like, I'm moving everything too much. Like, this looks way more intense than this. So I wanted to have, like, tinier tweaks, but then still get this, like, better movement. And I think this looks pretty decent. So I'm gonna do what I did before, which is I'm just going to copy one side from frame 1, and I'm gonna paste this on frame 3, but flip it. And then let's see, the horizon should remain at the same place, so we're gonna go there. And then frame 2 is now gonna be frame 4 on the other side. Number 3 should of course be frame 1. Last but not least, number 4 will be frame 2. Just so we get a little bit more variety. Otherwise I think it's gonna be fairly easy to see that it's just a mirrored version of it. I mean, it's probably still fairly obvious, but it's gonna look a little bit better, I think. Koisas de Casal, welcome in, man. How you doing? Bem-vindo. Yeah, that's not too shabby. I definitely think that's better. I think I'm gonna skip doing any like details on the trees here. I don't know if that's necessary. Because this is also, like I said, it's gonna be way darker, so it kinda makes sense that you won't be able to see as much details, I think. I think I'm happy with this. Oh, LA Moon, nice to have ya. How you been? Okay, new reflection. I only need 4 sprites here. So... let's see, mirror... Okay, there's one more thing we need. Easiest way to do this is that we're gonna make a new layer below. I'm gonna get the background in here as well. So we're gonna go like so. And then we're just gonna fill this in on each of the frames. So we might as well link these as well. Now if we remove the mirror, we still have the background indeed. Did I get the stars here everywhere? Yeah. I think I might want to move those a little bit though. Let's do something like boom, boom, and then maybe put you way over there. Sure. Let's try it. Mirror stars. Yeah, it just looks a little bit more evenly spaced out, I suppose. I think that's perfect, thank you very much. There he is, and so do I. What is up, Crit? How you doing? 69 reviews, nice indeed. We actually hit 69 reviews on the game, still all positive, which is something I am very happy about. And I'm very excited to get this new build up. I think the new update is gonna be the biggest public update so far. And I personally think there's a lot of improvements in this one. It has taken a little bit longer than maybe I initially wanted to finish this one, but I think it's gonna be good. Okay. So this is only the mirror, yes indeed. We are gonna select the first 4 frames. We are gonna export this as a sprite sheet. We are going to override the reflection export. And that should be a instant update. It looks that way. But we are gonna need to move the lights for the stars here. Let's see, intro cutscene, reflection, star. So this one, I'm gonna put you over here. Something like so. I guess we should move the real lights now too. I suppose these should be kind of evenly spaced on the road, so maybe something like that. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Alert for a bit while I play the demo. Thank you so much for checking out the demo, LA. Yeah. Very, very tiny detail. This is probably one of those things that are almost gonna go unnoticed, but I do think this looks a lot better. I think I like it. Those gauges, these? Yes, indeed. Cool Rain, what is up David? How you doing? Bonito caralho, what is up Swise? Bem-vindo para como é que é, meu? What's the fucking expression again? It's something até, no? What's the fucking expression for like long time no see in Portuguese? I know this. Quanto tempo, right? Is that what you say? I think that's how you say it. Quanto tempo, meu? Is that how you say it? I'm almost certain that's the expression. What do they show? Don't worry about it, man. I think this one is the actual speed, which I guess here would technically be miles per hour, and then the other ones, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. They show something. Yeah. I guess one is fuel and the other one maybe is what the fuck is it, like rounds per minute, RPM. Sure. Let's call it that. Oh, quanto tempo. Oh, yeah, like that's how much time, basically, literally translated. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All is good, nice to hear, Swizer. Good to see you, man. Yeah, this rain looks dope. I think the rain particles overall turn out quite well. Especially like the little extra particle for when the rain lands. Same thing here. These little like splash effects at the end. I feel like they add quite a bit. Okay, intro cutscene. I'm feeling pretty good about this. I'm I'm gonna go as far as to say that is fixed. So let's enable all of this again. And then we're gonna save the project and go out. Oh, something else we should try and do is actually to update screenshots, because now once again we're starting to have a few screenshots that are a little bit outdated. I think one of the biggest things, even if a lot of the assets look exactly the same, I did raise the brightness quite a bit in the game. I think I upped the brightness by like almost 25-50% or something. And I think that would look better in the screenshots as well. So I think it would be good to actually redo most of these. And then we also have the intro drive, the old one here, which is lacking a lot of detail. So yeah, I think maybe trying to sort out some new screenshots would be good too. Bom dia, como é que é, Cabali? Bem-vindo, pá. Okay, fix mirror reflection during intro. I'm gonna say that you are donezo. Something very simple we could do is to fix the... let's override this. Fix the loading screen. We're gonna have to do some little tweak there since we no longer have the battery system. So that would be in the main menu, I think. Do I have like a overlay or something? Wait, how did I do the loading screen? That shouldn't be part of the main menu. Pop-up box? No. Where the fuck is my... I don't switch scene to load it, no. Oh, that's on my system canvas, isn't it? Yeah, loading screen, okay. There we go. So the main thing here is that we are no longer going to have the tip, unless we want to have another tip here. Because right now, this tip says something like, use batteries to charge the flashlight, but since we don't have the battery system, that doesn't make sense. I don't know, I have like 4 other tips translated to all the languages, I think. However, I don't know if any of them really make sense here. What do I call these? Oh, like menu tip maybe? Yeah. Yeah, none of these tips are really that valuable for the demo. Like, the mechanics they are trying to teach you about are not really applicable. So I guess either we just remove this. You could also do this as a little title, just saying loading, I suppose. Because the one thing I do kind of like here is that it becomes a little bit symmetrical, like one text above, one text below. I think I have a localization key for load, as in like load game. I do. I don't know if I have one for loading, as in like the gerundium conjugation. I could definitely do that. I mean, Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese, it would be like carregando, I suppose. I suppose in European Portuguese, you would say like a carregar. But obviously we also have like 10 other languages to localize for. The other option to make this work immediately is to just remove this, but I don't know if that's gonna look a bit too empty. Or like too asymmetrical. Yeah, carregando. I'm playing the piano, let's go. I mean, I guess that works too. I definitely think you could do something more fun with the loading screen. Potentially add some like key art or something. The thing is that at the same time, I doubt that anyone is gonna see this loading screen for more than like a couple of seconds at most. I guess I should just have some like animated icon as well if we wanted to. Mine was like 7 seconds. Okay, that is a little bit of time, to be fair. We could do the thing, I have seen other games do this, where instead of having like a conventional loading bar like this, you actually do... You basically do like the logo of the game and like fill that up. That could maybe be cool. I don't know... Could I guess I should be able to just set that up as a slider. No, wait, no, just the fill color of a slider is stretched, and we wouldn't want to stretch the logo. I guess maybe you could do it with some masking stuff. I don't know if it's necessary though. This is probably fine as well. Potentially it would look better if we... Or can I not? If we put some text. But obviously this one is redundant now since we don't have batteries anymore. I guess no matter what, it wouldn't be bad having a localization key for loading. Ayo, welcome in, how you doing? Please spray these mask works. I superglued rubber bands to the cursed board tape mask I made. I'm waiting for it to dry. Add an icon. Yeah, I think some icon here could work too. That's why I was kind of thinking about potentially doing something like the logo of the game. I don't know if I would want to go with like non-pixel arts. Just the G, probably not. But we could do like the pixel art logo. Oh, but then I would kind of want to change it. For Chinese, into the Chinese logo. It's either that, or we do the Mad Sherpy logo. Because I think it wouldn't be that difficult to do something like, you know, say that we do a fill color here. And then basically what you do while loading is just this. Oh yeah, wait, that's super simple. So the fill color of the slider would just be a dark, like, semi-transparent overlay, because then we can just stretch it. Because then we could do a loading screen that basically uses the logo. Either the logo of the game or something. I think maybe the logo of the game would be better. Because technically you've already seen one splash screen. I don't know if people necessarily need to see another one. But I guess maybe this could be a more interesting way of doing the loading bar. And then it would be fairly easy to just make a game object localizer. If you play in Chinese, then we switch to this logo and do the same thing. I love the chirpy logo when I saw it. Cheers, mate. This one is cuter. No chicken one. Do you think we should do the chicken one? I wouldn't need to do any changes for simplified Chinese, because I'm not changing this one. The thing is that this one is way smaller. Which I suppose is something to keep in mind as well. I mean, it's not that much smaller. You know what we could do? If we wanna go a little bit crazy here. We could even go as far as to separate this. Where basically we nick the chicken. We put the chicken here. And then if we wanna go extra... If we wanna go the extra mile to show that the game is still working, we could like animate the chicken while it's loading. Do you know what I mean? And what might be cool would be to even... then the red fill color around it could be part of the loading screen as well. So it would basically be something like this. And then yeah, just imagine that the red outline here is... Oh, but wait, that's a bit tricky. Wait. Is that... Now the red outline is animated as well. Which means that I basically need to animate the loading bar and make that work seamlessly with the fill color. Wait, the text animation is too slow for the chicken. Well, the text wouldn't be animated. Like, this would be the actual loading bar. So how quickly that one fills depends on how quickly your PC loads the game. We could try it. I do think it would look more interesting than just having a default loading bar. I don't know, would it look fine if I straight up removed the outline? I guess I could bring the chicken up a little bit as well. Like separate them. Because it looks weird when this doesn't connect, but I could bring... I could bring this down a little bit. I don't want those to be connected. That would be fine as well. So guys, we do have some ads coming up. I'm gonna go and grab a bit more coffee during the break, but I'll be back in just a minute or so. And then we could put the percentage below as well. Because I do think it's nice having the percentage there. This is a little bit hashtag scope creep, but oh well. It's kind of fun though. Should we do it? Okay, ad break is running, so like I said, I'm just gonna go and grab a bit more coffee. I'll be back in a minute or so. Thank you for your patience, as always. Cheers. And we are back. I didn't realize that if I wanted the red outline of the chicken to be part of the loading screen, I could probably do that with some masking stuff. Potentially as well. Because I think that would be a nice touch. I'm not entirely sure of like the best way of going about it. I think it would be fine to not do it as well. What we could do is to separate this, add an outline here, and then just leave these 1 pixel. But that becomes a bit inconsistent instead. Yeah, just then I start changing like the formats, or like the I basically changed the style of the logo a little bit, and from like a branding perspective that probably isn't what you want to do. The thing is that I do think the animation would be pretty nice. Let me try just doing the logo first, because as I said, I think that is fairly simple. I think I should just tweak this loading screen, or like the slider of the loading screen, if I'm not mistaken. Loading bar. Yeah, so this description box, you would basically be the either the game logo or the Mad Sharpie one. Oh yeah, wait, if I have a... Oh, there's a slight difference here. If I'm gonna do the fill as a dark overlay, I need to actually switch how this progress bar works. Like in that case, I technically want this to go from right to left. And then we're gonna start at 100%. And we're gonna bring it down. But that should be fairly easy to do. What? The value will just be 1 minus the actual value. The value of the progress. So that's fairly easy. The loading bar, in that case I want you to be fully centered, which you are. I need to do something here about the fill area. Obviously you need to cover the entire thing. Come on, Stern, welcome in, man. How you doing? Ray, this comment is about 45 minutes late. No worries, man. How you doing, man? Hope you've been well. I'm trying to play around with my loading bar at the moment, making this one a little bit more interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't need this to be right to left. I mean, I guess you could do like some top to bottom type shit as well, but that's a bit weird, isn't it? Yeah. I think this is what I would like to do. Percentage text, I need to move you down a little bit. Maybe something like that. Okay, let's try this. Loading screen. Where do I? Here, transition manager. We are gonna need to change how the progress works for this. Left alert, a fellow Finnish dev worked out for a bit, got some fresh air so I can sit for hours feeling good about ruining my health. Oh, that's funny. Did you have a good weekend, man? Okay, update loading bar. Float progress. Loading bar.value equals progress. So this cannot be the case anymore. The percentage should stay the same, but the loading bar value is actually going to be set to 1 minus progress. Since we basically flip it. So if the progress is 0.10, the value should be set to 0.9 and 0.9 here. Oh wait, that's the match value. Whoops. Yeah, exactly. That will give us 10%. I think maybe the percentage text could be a little bit darker. A light grayish. Loading bar is gonna start at 100%. Okay, let's see if this works. We're gonna save this, disable the loading screen, and play. Very average weekend, not good, not bad. Okay, let's have a look. Excuse me? Something definitely didn't work the way it should. Okay, I'm messing something up here. Oh, do I... update loading bar 0.1. That should be fine though. .95. 1 minus progress. We'll do progress times 100, and that gives us the percentage. Cast out to an integer. Why is this not working? Value is set to 1. Then we do minus progress. We should take away more and more. Why is this not working? This feels like it should work. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna debug log the loading bar value. Maybe I need to add those myself before and then assign them. Maybe I can't do like the operation in the same line as the assignment. And now it works. Wait, what? Had I forgotten to save or something? Was that the real issue? Did I forget to save the code? Just adding your fucking debug log shouldn't fix it. But that looks fine now. Interesting. I think I maybe had just forgotten to save the script. Okay, so it is either this, or potentially the other thing we could do is to do the logo of the game instead. Any thoughts? Coding equals magic, true. Should we do a poll? What should the loading bar be? Question mark. Either we had the first thing, which is a conventional loading bar, that's what we had first. Or we do the Mad Sherpy logo, or we do the game logo. Started a poll right now in case you wanna share your opinion. I think all kind of work, to be honest. The only thing with the conventional loading bar is that just having a conventional loading bar does feel a little bit empty, you know? No loading bar, it's so fast. Yeah, unfortunately I do need a loading bar. Oh, I guess if we do this, I think I have a default color set on the... Yeah, I do, so we could make this way brighter. I think the old loading bar looks fine too. It's just that when we remove the tip, it ends up looking a little bit empty. Like just having that tip text there actually adds surprisingly much. This is with a brighter color. I think that is better, probably. Than the darker shade. How you doing, Unity Coder? Hope you're doing well. Is that coffee, tea, or something else? Glug, it is coffee. Do you like Glug? I don't mind Glug. I think Glug's pretty nice. You could do a mix as well and do like one of the logos and then a conventional loading bar below. Like you could do that too. To fill up the space a little bit. It seems more creative to do something like this. That's like the main pro, I would say. Like it feels a little bit more interesting. Wait, driving on the right side? Is this the UK? It is indeed. I usually try to get it after Christmas, when it's over on minus 50% sales or discounts. It's pretty expensive here. But I take it you like it as well then. One thing I don't like that much is julmust. I think julmust is highly fucking overrated. I never expected that Glooms would go back to the UK after Dracula became public. I might keep this for now, we'll see. As with most things, we can always tweak it later on if we want to. I do think that the whole loading screen ends up looking a little bit too empty, just having the loading bar. Like I said though, the other thing we could have done is something like this. We could try it just to see what it would look like. Box. Like you could do logo and conventional loading bar. And we found out about julmust like 5 years ago, it's barely a thing yet. We have a brand that made some with similar flavors sold all around the year, but ingredients are totally different. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. We have both julmust and postmust, so like Easter and Christmas drink. But in my opinion, it's basically shittier Coca-Cola. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not like huge on it. Loading bar and logo are tied, does it mean you will add both? You just said it. Yeah, we could do this as well. Or going back and doing the Mad Sherpy logo. Yeah, maybe we'll do this. Maybe we'll keep the conventional loading bar, but we add the logo to fill up the scene. It's just that it feels like it... I don't know. We're going from logo to logo, basically. Yeah, I might prefer this. In that case, do I dare just Control Z in this all the way back? I don't know, I've gotten kinda scared about Control Z because it is one of the few things that have crashed Unity before for me. Very rare, but... So far so good. Because in that case it's easier to just go back to the conventional one and then we just add a logo on top. Yes, I'm doing this slowly because I'm scared. Not that I would really lose that much if it did crash. Okay, there we go. Right. Left to right, boom, boom, boom. And then instead of the tip text, we should just add an image, which is going to be the logo. This one, set native size. That's a bit small, we're gonna up it by 6. Let's rename this into logo. And then let's do this actually. Let's override all of this, and then we're gonna open the prefab. I'll put the logo on top. In that case, I suppose we need to up the position a little bit on the logo. Let's try and get like the entire thing a bit centered. I might actually even do let's do a parent object here called stuff. Then we can just move this, and yeah, I suppose that should be fully centered now, isn't it? Sure. And then we would need to have some overrides here for simplified Chinese, since we have a different logo. But let's test if this one is working first. Oh wait, we need to change the code now. Now we'll no longer want to do 1 minus progress, the value should just be set to progress. Yeah? That's not too shabby, eh? What is up, Teabag Beer Can? How you doing, man? How was your weekend? Oh, that's a bit too dark. Blort, welcome in as well. Hope you're doing well. What glorious name. It is a pretty fucking good name, gotta be honest. You're doing fine? How about you? I'm doing all good. I'm a little bit tired. I did not get too much sleep this night, but overall I'm doing fine. Shouldn't complain. Doing some minor tweaks here for the demo. Yeah, sure. Let's go with this for now. So let's override all of this, open the prefab again. Now there is one thing we need to do, which is we need to track changes we're gonna switch into simplified Chinese. For simplified Chinese, we are going to switch this logo, set native size. We are going to bring you down a little bit, I suppose. And then I guess we need to offset this. Something like so. We're gonna stop tracking changes, go back to English. I guess we should run through them here, so... Now it's the same in every single language. But as soon as you switch to Chinese, we get the Chinese logo. I wonder if the loading bar should be a little bit smaller. Like, not as wide. Maybe we just do 80. Maybe 90. Just slightly smaller than the logo. I feel like this should be close as well. Track changes. Sure. And I did simplify it, right? Yeah. And then we're gonna disable this, go back, and let's test it. Vintage, welcome in, man. How you doing? If you want to be super fancy, the red drop shadow could draw along with the progress bar. Yeah, that is true. Even the white text, like shroud is being lifted to the text. I did try that as well, both with the Chirpy logo, as well as this one. I was considering whether maybe just... Let's see, how do I do this? Oh, I see. Boom. Potentially just doing something like this. You know? Yeah, maybe just the red part, that could be cool. Question is, wait, how would I do that? I would kind of need the... Wait, what do you... Loading bar? Fill? What would happen if I... wait, fill area. Can this cover the logo? Because then it should be fairly easy to do that. It would cover. Oh, but wait, this becomes a little bit confusing because now the easiest way to just make that work is to have a darker overlay that we move. I guess I could do 2 loading bars. Just update both at the same time. Then I wouldn't need to change this one either. I used to check how it would look here. If I copy this, paste you here, non-contiguous, continuous. We remove all of the red, and then we select this. This is basically what it would look like. I guess the only thing then I think we would have to do for it to make sense is that the loading bar's fill area has to be exactly as wide as the red part. Because otherwise it's gonna be like a weird offset in how they fill. And I think that would look a bit weird. Because we would want it to be like a just one straight line going across the entire thing. We can try it. It's actually fairly easy to make this work. The main thing I need is I need a logo like this. Yeah. Let's make a... black and white logo. Wait, I don't want this to be filled though, because I'm gonna put the other one behind this. So yeah, I actually don't want you to be filled. I'm not gonna use this anywhere else anyway. Let's try it. Logo, pixel art, black and white, sure. Export. Then we put the other one below as a... put the other one below as a loading bar behind this one. So in that case, I'm gonna make my code a little bit better here. We have a loading bar. I am going to set this one, I'm gonna rename this into... well, they're both gonna go the same way, it's just that the values are going to be flipped. Okay, we're gonna serialize another slider called flipped loading bar. Because that actually made this code work even for just using one. Loading screen, update loading bar. The only time I do anything with the loading bar should be in here. So loading bar.value equals progress. So here we're gonna do a null check now. We're gonna say if loading bar is not equal to null, then I want to do this. And then we're gonna do another check if the flipped loading bar is not equal to null. In that case, we're gonna say that the flipped loading bar dot value is equal to 1 minus progress. And then we update the percentage. I know I probably could do this with some like masking stuff and shit, but that seems more complicated, so I'm just gonna use a semi, you know, semi-transparent overlay and just flip the direction. That feels like the easiest way of doing it. I do need my other logo now though. Black and white. You're gonna be 0. Point no filter. No compression. Let's add read write as well. I don't think I need that here, but let's do it. So this logo is going to be the black and white one. Then I'm going to... I'm just gonna duplicate this loading bar. Loading bar flipped. I'm gonna change the art into the normal logo. Oh shit. Fucking scope creep, man. Just realized I need to do this for Chinese now as well. I did not think about that. Are these the same size? Probably. Let's see here. Let's do this. Apply. We're gonna open the prefab. We need to make sure that this loading bar is behind the logo. Then we're gonna put you at the very same position. Fill area. You need to be, well, at least larger than the logo itself. The fill color is going to be black, but then like semi-transparent. You're gonna be set to right to left. Yeah. Okay. So far, so good. I guess you should be white, though. We get the full color. Sure. How you been, Vintage? Have you done any more work on the incremental game? Is there anything you're pursuing? Out of curiosity? Okay, and let's see, the last thing we need to do is to just assign this. So in our transition manager, the flipped loading bar will now be this one. There is one more thing though, as I said, I think these need to be the same size, just otherwise it's gonna be an offset. So, however wide the logo is, 98, I'm gonna make the loading bar there as well. So now the last piece of the fill should be the same. Oh no, I guess, yeah, the important thing is actually that the fill area is set the same. So you are -1 on left and right. So you also need to be... Oh yeah, wait, it's the fill area. That one is -1, so that should be the same. Tired, brothers, so tired, I feel ya, man. I'm going to polish it off and put it on Steam for free, I think. Ooh, nice, man. Might add a little supporters patch if people want to contribute to me becoming a full-time game dev. Nice, man. What is your reasoning as to doing it for free? I definitely think you could charge for it if you want to. Like maybe, you know, maybe not, you know, 20 quid or whatever, but you could do it like a really cheap game. I mean, my game is gonna be fairly cheap as well, to be honest. Okay, wait, I just need to take a quick little break here. Give me just like a minute and I'll be right back. Appreciate your patience. Cheers. And we are back. I might see how many people want me to charge for it. I am the game Chap is talking about. It's a game jam game I made for recent Jam. I have a main project that's blacksmithing mini RPG kind of. Yeah, I do suppose it's a question of time as well, right? Like how much time you feel like you have to dedicate to it. Feel free to link the game if you want to. We did play it on stream before. It's a really cool concept for a incremental game. Okay. So is this good? I think this is good. Is everything set up correctly? Let's see. As I said, the main thing is that the fill areas are equally wide, so 98 on the parent object, fill area -1 left and right. Loading bar 98, fill area 1, 1. So that should be fine. Let's see how this loads. I'm gonna disable the loading screen. We're gonna bump back into the game. Okay, so that's obviously not working. Why? Loading bar flipped is enabled. I wasn't tracking changes, so that shouldn't be an issue. We did I save the code? I did. Loading bar value is progress, the flipped loading bar value is 1 minus progress. That should be fine. That should be correct. They are both assigned and they are assigned correctly. Why is this not working? I am very confused. The only place I have any changes is in localized Chinese, so that shouldn't matter because we were not playing in Chinese. It is enabled, yes. Huh. Let me try again. This is odd. It stays fully filled the entire time. It should start at 1 and then go down. The flip loading bar is not null. If you pass in... First thing I do is pass in 0.1. If I pass in 0.1 here, then the flipped loading bar's value should be set to 1 minus 0.1. So that would give me 0.9. But you jump immediately to 0. How does that make sense? Okay. Flipped value, flipped loading bar dot value. If this works again after I added debug log, then I actually have no clue what's going on. Because that did fix it last time. It shouldn't, but it did. Bit rough around the edges. Performance of a 2D incremental game is bad, but only because Unreal Engine 5 runs at max FPS if you don't cap it. Yeah, well, it's also the whole thing with, you know, it's a game jam game. Like, some rough edges are expected. I mean, the value is updating. Ah, wait. Am I changing this logo during runtime, maybe? Are you swapping back? Yeah, game object localizer. Ah, I think I'm swapping it back. Yeah, logo pixel art 2. I am, okay. I know what the issue is. You go away. Let's, is that enough to fix it? Let's try. Yeah, I think it was swapping back to the full colored logo. So the loading bar was probably working behind scenes. Okay, that broke the entire thing. You know what we're gonna do? Just fucking remove the game object localizer completely. That's what we're gonna do. This is only position, so that should be fine. Okay, let's try again. Okay, that's not too shabby. A little bit of a extra flair, I suppose. However, as I said, we are gonna need to do this for this logo as well, which is hashtag strobe creep. So we're gonna remove all of this. Gonna export this. Export. Now we're gonna have to do the game object localization. It might be easier to just redo this. I'm gonna get rid of that one as well. Loading screen. Okay, so we have a few things here that need to change now. So this should all be fine, but then we're gonna swap to simplified Chinese and we're gonna track changes. First things first, the logo here, the black and white one, needs to be the Chinese one. That's obviously not set up correctly. Logo. Pixel art. Boom, 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 boom. Apply. That should be better. We're going to set native size. We're gonna do the same thing with the loading bar, but you're gonna be the normal Chinese logo. Set native size. I don't know what this pixel is doing here. Unless, have I... Do I have one pixel that's technically different color? I think I do. Whoopsie. Oh, did I just override the other one? Is that what I did? Fuck's sake. That's a bit annoying. I think both are black and white now, because... Yeah, I did. Let's jump over here. Copy this color. Wait, I have another version of this. Let's maybe just double check that we are doing this correctly. Steam assets. Boom, 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 boom. Is that a darker color? That is a darker color. I have a brighter color here. That's interesting. Okay, can I save that? Boom. Okay, those have been changed. So what we need to do now is to move this stuff around a little bit. We're gonna take these two and we're gonna bring you down like 30 pixels. 40. 60. Sure. And then I suppose we just move this one up 60 pixels. 55. Sure. Let's do something like that. I'm gonna stop tracking changes. English, Chinese. That looks pretty good. Fill area should be exactly the same. So let's try it. Let's make sure to override everything here as well. I'm gonna snooze these ads. Really happy with it. For 20 hours of work. I've learned loads since start to learn gamedev. Yeah, I think it was really nice. I enjoyed it. And like I said, I think the concept is so fucking good for an incremental game. I think you should be proud of it, man. That looks good to me. So now, let's try and switch language into simplified Chinese. And we have the new logo here, and we should have the new logo in the loading screen as well. That was a little bit odd though. There was definitely something weird happening there. That looked fine. The first time did look a little bit odd. I wonder if the game object localizer maybe took some time to load. think that's it. I think it's the game object localizer that's like freezing a little bit once you start loading the scene in the background. That would kind of explain why, because I assume that's like somewhat saved now, just the second time I do it, it seems fine. That is interesting. Well, that worked. It seems to be if I do it once in a different language and then I switch to simplified Chinese, then it kind of lags at first. That was fine. Switch to Chinese. Run it again. I do not love that little lag there. I don't like that. I guess what I potentially could do is to have yet another loading bar. Like, we have two different objects, and before I trigger the loading, the like preloading of the game scene, I programmatically switch the logo. Because that's like a 0.5 second delay or something to see the loading bar if you play in Chinese. That would... I don't think that's good. Now I think it's gonna be fine, since we saw it once. That's fine. I know this seems like a small thing, but I hate having stuff in the game that could potentially make the player think that something is not working correctly. And even if it's just a 0.5 second lag or something, that could be enough time for someone to, just for a split second, get that thought of like, is the game working? Is it crashing? And I don't want that to happen. Like, the entire purpose of having the loading screen is for that to not happen. But I think if I made sure to manually do this before we start loading the scene async, like if I basically here manually switch the logo, I think that would be fine. Sorry guys, we have some ads running at the moment. Reminds me of a video saying that, you know, you played so many games is when you can navigate the settings in Chinese. True. A little bit easier, you definitely have an advantage when you wrote the menu yourself. But it is interesting how usually you can kind of intuitively just know. Like, generally speaking, you know certain stuff, right? Like, the play button is pretty much always at the very top. You know that the quit button is gonna be at the very bottom. Like, there are certain conventions like that you will basically be able to assume, and in most cases you are going to be right. Same thing if you're like in a sub-menu, like the bottom one is probably the back button. Even if you can't read it, like, if you do that assumption, you are most likely going to be correct. The only annoying thing here, though, is that I kinda need to have more variables? Like, I would basically need a variable for the game objects as well as for the, specifically for the Chinese loading bar. Because I think that's the problem here. I think the game object localizer just takes too long. I think this one is not quick enough. Unless I could do something where I call like the game object localizer. If I manually do that before, maybe that should fix it. Apply local variants. Like, what if I manually call this before the scene loading stuff? Because the thing is, this might happen in like some await function or something. And maybe that triggers before, or rather after, I try to load the scene. So if I do it manually before trying to do it, maybe that would solve it. It could be that it still takes too long, but kinda worth a shot, maybe. What if I do an array of game object localizers? And before we preload the scene, let's make a new private void. Apply game object localizers. Here we're gonna do, let's do a for loop. We're gonna go through each of the what did I name it? Oh, Geo, okay. I'll go through each of the Geo localizers and we're gonna say game object localizer at the index of I dot apply local variant. Oh, I need to pass in a locale. Can't I just like apply the current one? I mean, I guess I can pass in the current one no matter what. I'm surprised I can't call this without a variable. Okay, you can pass in a locale and a fallback. Wait, do I have to pass in a locale and a fallback? Oh yeah, look at that. This is also an async operation. I think that is the issue here. It just takes too long when it's async. And that creates the lag. Oh, I could pass in just a locale as well. And I think it's gonna default this. But I don't know, if this is async, it might still be an issue. I might have to actually do this manually. Because I assume all of these are async. And it's possible that that gives it enough time to trigger the async scene loading as well, and that one stutters the game, so then this async doesn't have time to update in time. I think I need to do this manually. Bloody vintage man giving me all of these crazy ideas. I'm messing. It does look a little bit more polished. I do like the little... Just think of having something more that's animated. But this is a bit tricky. I guess I can check the... Sorry, Chappy, no worries, man, I'm messing with ya. Like localization settings. Here I have a current locale, don't I? Available project, selected locale. This one I assume I can just get immediately, right? Static, get locale, like this is, yeah. I think I need to do this manually. I can't use GameObject localizers, because they are async, and I think that's gonna be an issue here. I mean, we could try this first, in case it would work. I very much doubt it would. Because then what we could do is pause in localization settings dot selected locale. Yeah, let's try this. Maybe it will automatically finish this one first, you never know. Because it would be way easier if I can get this to work. And then in preload scene, before we start loading the scene, we want to apply GameObject localizers. Because it could just be that that one is being triggered often, that's the issue. Could be. So now I need to find all of my GameObject localizers. I have one on the flipped loading bar, we have one on the logo, and we have one on the parent objects. I think those are the ones. So, GameObject localizers, we should have 3. That should be stuff, logo, and loading bar. Let's see if it's enough to fix this by just manually calling the function. Might be. Okay, I am going to, just to make sure, I'm gonna go into English first. Because it seems like it's mainly once you first switch. So that is fine. That looks fine. Now we're gonna go in here, we are gonna switch to Chinese. That did look fine. Okay. Okay, maybe this works. In that case, it's a fairly easy fix. Just double make sure that that is updated before, or call that async load before the scene load. Okay, we're gonna switch to Chinese here. Boom. Come on, please work. That seems fine. Okay, I think that's enough to solve it. Let's be a little bit fancy here though, and make sure that we null check this. If this is null, then I don't know, continue. Then let's remove this debug log as well. Okay, that's a fairly simple solution then. I thought maybe it would still mess up in case it kinda calls both async load. I don't know, I guess that's the thing. Maybe it makes sure to... If anyone knows this, feel free to let me know, but maybe how the async operations work is that you only can run one at a time. So if I call one first, that one will always be finished before we call the next one. I don't think that's the way it works. I mean, I guess in essence, a computer can really only do one thing at a time, right? I think so. Now, I'm by no means a fucking computer scientist here, but... yeah, I actually don't know. How does this work? Can I have multiple async operations running at the same time in Unity? As in, will 2 or more async operations progress simultaneously? Is that correct? Holy shit, look at that. Yes, multiple async operations can absolutely run simultaneously in Unity, as long as they're truly asynchronous and not blocked by the main thread. But there are some important nuances depending on what kind of async operation you mean. Unity's own async operation, which is what we are using here, these are designed to run concurrently. Okay, so here we call 2 at the same time. Both will progress in parallel. Unity's job system and IO threads, not a C# task system, so they can both advance over multiple frames simultaneously. Interesting. So does that mean in theory then that however I order it here doesn't matter? Like, this would still work even if I do this after the async scene load? But then what was the issue before? Okay, this is tricky. It doesn't really make sense in my head, but you gave me such a distinct style, I always get inspired when I tune into the stream. Cheers, man. I appreciate you, Vintage. Yeah, this seems to work, so I think we can call it that. I need to sort out Japanese localization as well. I actually ended up getting a review on a demo recently, where someone was like directly asking for Japanese localization. That is something we need to look into. Yeah, that seems fine. It seems to work. Maybe let's double check with another language as well, just to make sure. Let's go like Ruski. Yeah, that seems fine. Remove battery tip in loading screen. Done. Nice.
Hello.
Strom, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to have you, mates. Hope you had a good weekend. Updating the screenshots would be nice. Remove speedrun timer. I think I'm gonna... That is obviously fairly quick, and I think it's worth doing. I don't think there's any reason for me to have the built-in speedrun timer right now. Because I think one of the main issues is that if I myself add a speedrun timer, That basically means that I am taking charge of how speedrunners should time their runs in this game, and I don't think that's a good decision. Now the issue is just disabling this might not actually be enough. Because if someone has already checked this, they're gonna have the player pref set to show it. We might have to look in-game as well. I think I'm just gonna remove it. Because the current way that I decided to count the time is a little bit iffy, where basically whenever you pause the game, it pauses the timer. But I think that for a game like this, my assumption is that you would actually need to count real time. Because speedrunning the game would not be very interesting if the main strat is to constantly pause the game. Because technically you could save like 0.2 seconds by pausing the game, moving the cursor, unpausing, clicking, pausing, moving. You see what I mean? And like that wouldn't be very interesting. But since that's how it currently functions, I basically incentivize that type of speedrun, which doesn't feel good. Doing well, nice to hear, man. How's things? I'm doing quite well. Slightly sleep deprived, but otherwise all good. Still excited to get this new update out. I think it's gonna be quite a big improvement. Just moving the cursor out of the window if you don't have running background checked. Could have used that too. Also speedrun shenanigans, yeah. Yeah, and I think it's important, like, I don't mind people, like, breaking the game in certain ways for speedrun. Like, a good example is, like, if someone would find a glitch that you can save time with, but the glitch is, like, no casual player would find that. Like, in that way, it's not like I would patch it to fix it, right? Because if it's not an issue for the casual player, I don't mind if speedrunners use it to their advantage, basically. However, it gets more tricky when I do things in the game that basically incentivize how people should speedrun the game. Like, if it's something that I would say, just like doing a glitch or something, that can actually be fun in speedrun terms. But if the strat is to play through the majority of the game in a pause menu, that just doesn't seem fun for anyone. So that is something I feel like I shouldn't incentivize. Just had my girl playtest the 4.13 version. No issues with the puzzle. Ooh, nice. Took you like 45 minutes, making sure to break everything with the hammer. Like a true player, eh? Thanks for testing, Kita. That sounds good. I did make it. I did actually add a couple more hints. Not anything huge, but in the next version, I did add a bit extra hints. Basically, what I did is that I added more of the failed toasts. So you know how the first time you fail the puzzle, you're gonna get a little hint basically saying that like you're on the right track. I added 2 more of those, so if you keep entering the same, you know, the same problem, mistake, whatever, like if you keep failing it, then it's gonna show 2 additional small hints. Basically, the first one is gonna be, if you found a document, then it's gonna say like, what did the document say again? Or something like that. If you haven't found the document, it basically says, maybe I should look around, you know, in this area. To make them find it. Because I notice a surprising amount of people just don't find the fucking document, which surprised me quite a lot, because that's one of those that I very much put out in the open, but I think it's one of these tricky things with a game where there are certain items that are not interactable. Like, even with the highlight system, it is possible to just miss something, even if it is kind of in plain sight. And what else did I do? Yeah, there's one last hint as well. which is if you would, for a third time, not be able to solve it, then it's gonna give you one more hint that basically, you know, for anyone that has done the puzzle, it basically says like, maybe there's something else on the thingy that I should take into account. I mean, very paraphrased there, but you know what I mean. Like, I still try to not like straight up give it away, but still kind of have a couple more of those toasts, just to like nudge the player a little bit in the right direction. Oh yeah, and one big thing I did as well is that we now have a journal entry as well. So you will actually get a journal entry saying that like, I need to find a solution to this. Because I think one of the major issues that actually get people stuck at that very spot in the game is the fact that this is like a open level design puzzle game, which means that when someone gets stuck at one spot, it's fairly easy to start thinking like, okay, maybe there's something else I should do. So one of the issues then is that people start going around to the other puzzles in the game, being like, maybe I can solve this. And then after a while, they basically forget about the puzzle they're actually supposed to do. And then they end up being stuck for like hours. Or most likely, let's be honest, quitting the game. So I think if you have a journal entry that basically says, this is what you're supposed to do right now, I think that's gonna help people like justify taking the extra time to really think about what might the solution be. So, you know, a few extra smaller things just to kind of nudge them in the right direction, still never like fully giving it away, but just trying to point them towards the solution. I would agree, let the speedrunners do it their own way. I think so. 90% of them will want to do it with the usual speedrun timer, I reckon. Yeah. It helped me a lot when I put in the year on, yeah. No, I think that one, I think even adding the first toast was the biggest thing, because a lot of people, once they try the wrong solution, they would just brush it off as, okay, this is not the solution, let me go and do something else. So just letting people know that they, although you're not doing the correct thing, you are on the right track, I think helped out quite a lot. But it's so difficult because then, you know, I see, like, it's interesting how varied the difficulty of this puzzle is depending on the player. Because some people have been stuck for hours, and there's other ones who never even enter the wrong code, you know. Like, some people, they literally see the clue and just instantly clock what they're supposed to do. So, like, that's kind of what becomes so tricky, because you kind of want to get it right for both people, but that's really difficult to do. And I think the thing to remember here is, as I've said before, I think I just need to accept the fact that this is a puzzle game, and some people will get stuck. Like, it's just the nature of a puzzle game, right? Like, I think walkthroughs are the most popular for puzzle games, and there's a reason why, right? Because a fair amount of people at some point need to look up a solution. And I think working on a puzzle game, I feel like that's something you just kind of need to accept at some point. Yeah, she didn't find the document, almost missed the hammer as well. Yeah, that one I also made, I made the hammer more noticeable too, because it used to be like in the toolbox. But I did have some playtesters who did miss it as well, so I just moved it outside to make it a little bit easier to spot. Because I think especially, at least with the kind of, you know, the puzzle later on, the good thing there is that they're already kind of, you know, they have some progress under their belt, right? The issue is if they like, you know, if they miss the first object in the game, that's not a good point to start getting stuck. Like, we want to make sure that it's fairly unlikely that someone gets stuck on like the first puzzle in the game, because that's just not gonna feel very good. I think those toes are nice because they're not rubbing it in for players who don't need them. Yeah, exactly. Like, Because the only ones who would see them are the ones who keep trying the wrong solution. So for the people who are gonna get it after the first time, they won't ever see the other hints. And if you need 2 tries, then, you know, you get 1 more, maybe you get it, you don't need the 3rd one. It's not like, we're not like straight up just pushing it in the face, being like, here's the nudge even though you might not need it. I think you could take that 1 step further and actually not have any toast the first time, but I think that could be a mistake because then there's a fairly large probability of people once again brushing it off. So I think having the first one there to nudge them if they do the wrong solution is good, and then just making it a little bit, you know, nudging them a little bit more for each time they do it incorrectly. Now I'm trying to fix the lights, then I hammer the lamps. I'm stuck, but I have determination. Yeah, and I think that's the thing, like, I think that is a fairly big factor in this, like just how much determination / patience people have. Like, how long can you keep thinking about a puzzle before you give up? And that's the thing where when someone is unsure if they are even on the right track, I think you up the likelihood a lot of them basically giving up. So we don't want to give away the solution, but I think we need to give some feedback that people are on the right track. Because it just makes them more likely to take that little bit of extra time needed to actually figure out the solution. Because otherwise they start running away and trying completely other things, which, I mean, it's fine sometimes, but it's when we just want to, you know, minimize the likelihood of people getting like proper stuck. Let's see, I think to fix this I might have to jump into the demo as... No, wait a second. The speedrun timer, is that... No, that is in-game, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I was trying to say, maybe that's on... Yeah, speedrun timer. Okay, what updates this? I guess it's my timer script, right? Yeah. So we're just gonna make this never be enabled, even if they have selected it to be enabled. Check speedrun timer. Let's actually do... Let's do this. Let's serialize a bool called enable speedrun timer. Check speedrun timer. And here, let's see. Oh, this is a toggle though. But it should always be deactivated from the start. So what we're gonna do here is just check if the speedrun timer is... let's do this. If it's not enabled, then let's just return out of this function. Joao, bem-vindo! How you doing, man? I enjoyed the demo. When will you release the full game? The plan currently is somewhere like Q1 next year. The plan is to do the next fest in February, so then the full release would be shortly thereafter. Thank you very much for playing the demo, Joao. I saw that you left a review as well. I appreciate that very much. How soon after? Unconfirmed. Yeah, the plan is basically as soon as possible. I think it's good having the momentum from the next fest for the full release. So that's the plan. Hopefully it would be around like March, basically. Boom Trout, welcome in. How you doing? How's your weekend? Okay, either we should update the screenshots or maybe fix the thing about being able to press escape to go back in menus. I think that would be fairly easy, because we would just do that in the actual settings UI script and make sure to only unpause. Let's see, where do we have? Pause the game. No, I need like escape pressed or something. Key binding pressed. Some shit like that. Oh no, is this in my input manager? Do I call the pause thing from here? I do, okay. I'm quite happy with the new intro scene though, I think that one turned out nice. Is Fest the holidays? Do you mean the next Fest? I think they do 3 next Fests per year, where they promote the demos on Steam. It's February, June and October. Great grievance, chirp motherfuckers, how you doing man? Welcome in, hope you had a good weekend. Magi plus typo, March launch, made sense, there you have it. This was a fun lunch. I was able to work on my cosplay. I need to go now. I have a meeting. No worries, AO. Thank you very much for lurking. Good to have you, as always. And I'll catch you next time. Didn't know what was the fest. Yeah, it's so in like Steam festivals. It's like Steam events, basically, to promote certain games and stuff. And it's a fairly great marketing tool. If the game state is paused, maybe I should handle this all from the settings UI. Like maybe if the game state is paused, we don't do fuck all when you press escape. Maybe... What do I want to do? Otherwise I would have to check here if the settings are... If you're currently in like the primary pause menu. In that case we unpause, otherwise we let the settings UI handle it. Or... pressing escape here calls the settings UI. No, because this needs to work in the main menu as well. That's actually a good idea. Never paid attention. I tend to play the same game for a long time. Yeah, ironically, you know, I'm gonna be completely honest. I think how much like the general consumer cares about fests on Steam varies quite a lot. Like for me personally, if I'm gonna be completely honest, before I became a game developer, I don't think I ever really cared about many of the fests on Steam. Like you knew about like the big, I knew about like the big sales ones, like you know, winter sale and autumn sale and stuff like that. I don't think I ever looked at Next Fest before I became a game developer. I mean, I didn't really play demos, to be honest. I never really played demos before I became a game developer. Unless you mean like back in the days as a kid and stuff, I played demos, but... Yeah, I think it varies quite a lot. I found a bug yesterday in my project. If I press escape, I open up the menu. If I click on the settings and press escape again, the menu closes in the background. Gotta figure out a way to handle that. Yeah. The, like, coding stuff for escape buttons are actually a little bit complex because there's so many states to it. Like, I do so many checks. That's why, like, here, like, the code for pressing escape is like the most complex key binding in all of the game. Because it just varies depending on what the player is doing. Like, if you have any UI elements open, then I want to close the UI element. Otherwise, I want to pause the game. If the game is paused, I want to unpause. You know. I've also noticed that a fair amount of people, I think, want to be able to press escape to go out of a puzzle. Like a close-up puzzle when you walk up to something. Like if you walk up to the mailbox, I noticed a few amount of people like pause the game when they want to go back. Which is interesting. I don't know if that maybe is something. It's definitely not a majority. It's like a few people I've seen do it. But I do suppose it is something to consider. Basically, people going up like here and then pressing escape to go back. We'll see. I don't think it's a priority, but it is something to consider. I played the demo for Deltarune. That game is out, right? Did they fully release Deltarune? I think they did, right? I've never been the type of gamer to play random games. Yeah, not really. Like, I've never, as a few here are probably very well aware of. Like, I'm the type of player who tends to play a couple of games very much. Like, I actually never really explored like a bunch of titles, you know? And for Enigma of Fear. I never looked at sales specials, etc. Yeah, I think I did use the wishlist system quite a bit. Like, I still wishlisted game I was interested in. But I don't think when like a game went on sale, like most of the time that is for some fest or something, I don't think I ever really considered that. It was more so like, oh, this specific game I was interested in is a bit cheaper. So I probably bought a few games during fests and stuff, but without really realizing that they were in a fest, if that makes sense. I love Steam Fest, a lot of cheap games, and you always find out new games from independent developers. Yeah. No, and I think that's it. Like, I think it is fairly mixed. Because obviously you have a great advantage. If you're looking for new games, doing so during a fest, like, is an advantage to the consumer, because as you said, you can find a lot of titles you maybe wouldn't have found otherwise, and a lot of the time on quite good discounts. But I guess that's the thing, like, I think for me personally, before I became a game developer, I just don't think I really browsed Steam that much to find new games. Like, most of the time what I do as a gamer is that I, like, replay Binding of Isaac or Dark Souls for the 17th time. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm very much a replayer, if that makes sense. Even if the game is fairly linear, like, you know, I just don't really mind doing shit again. Same thing with, like, shows and movies. Like, I have no issue rewatching the same movie multiple times. But I think it's just, like, it's individual, right? Some people never rewatch the same movie. If they've seen it, and they never touch it again. I have a few movies I've probably seen, like, tens of times, you know? Right now I don't manage that through a UI manager, but I'll spaghetti the shit out of it. Sounds good, man. I broke all your windows, I hope you don't mind. Joao. What? I am so disappointed in you. I'm messing. We'll see. I think for the full game, I might... People liked smashing shit so much with the hammer. I think I'm gonna need to do... We probably need to have some achievement for just going ham, smashing like everything. I don't know if I'm gonna do literally everything. As in like, to get the achievement you have to smash every smashable thing in the entire game. I don't know if I would go that far. Maybe just do... Maybe it could be anything, but just like a set amount. Like if you smash 60% of the smashable items, then you get the achievement. Because I don't know, I feel like maybe it's a bit far going like you have to smash every possible thing you can. What you mean chicken? What's up, that guy Doru, how you doing, man? We'll see, I'll consider it. Nemf, welcome in, good to have you, man. Hope you had a good weekend. Kinda out, there's 4 chapters out, but in total it will be 7. Oh, interesting. Are those separate releases or like free content updates? Out of curiosity. Me too, I love to reread books. Yeah, I've reread a few books as well. Replay games like Undertale. Yeah, I don't know, I think this is fairly individual. I think some people don't really like to repeat stuff like that, but I have no... Like, if I really like a movie or a game or whatever, I can definitely watch or play them multiple times. But, you know, Dark Souls 1, for example, fairly... Like, you know, it's a semi-linear game. And you can complete it... If you've done it before, you can complete it in, what, like... 30 hours, probably. I mean, you could do it even less. I have completed it in like 1 hour as well, with some glitches. I was speedrunning for a little bit. But, you know, I have like 600 hours or something in Dark Souls 1. Why can I smash the lamps? I destroyed the lamp of the bathroom and I couldn't see shit. Well, okay. Here's my take on this, Joao. That's kind of on you, man. You can smash the lamp, but nothing says that you have to. You are the one choosing to destroy the only light source in the room. If you do that, it's kind of on you. You know what, this might be one of the times where I don't take responsibility. Nothing said you had to smash the lights. If you don't want light in the room, that's on you. I smell autism? Maybe. I mean, yeah, I've said it before, I wouldn't be too surprised. Gonna play Faith? I think I actually should play Faith. I hear quite a lot of people comparing my game to Faith. We definitely have differences, for sure. I think it's like a vibe thing, where like the pixel art horror, kinda low palette style and stuff like that. There's a few of those similarities that gives it a similar vibe. But I know obviously what I consider probably the biggest difference is the amount of animations. Like, Faith has a lot of like rotoscoped animations and cutscenes and stuff, which, you know, I barely do animations whatsoever. Like, this intro cutscene is like one of the few proper animations in the game, and it's still very simplified. So there's definitely big differences, but I think it's something where like, yeah, like some of the style and maybe a bit of like the vibe is semi-similar, but yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of differences as well. But a fair amount of people have compared the game to Faith. Will update for free? The consequences for smashing everything around, yeah. I am making sure though, you can smash a lot of things. I am gonna make it so you can't actually soft lock yourself. Like, there's not gonna be something where... I don't want to have soft locks in this game. No matter what you do, you're still gonna be able to finish the game. But, you know, having a bit less light, that's on you. Because I've started listening to a podcast about like classic point and click games, and I found it quite interesting. I did not know how frequent like soft locks were in classic point and click games. Like, a ton of the like most popular classic point and click games from back in the days, you could miss like one item in like the second room of the game, And with that, you might get soft-locked at like the very end, because you didn't pick up that item or whatever it is. Which is, you know, a very interesting design decision. I do suppose it's just like... I don't know like how conscious it was, like I assume that a little bit of it was just like, this is just the way games are. Like people probably didn't really think about it the same way. Because today I would see it as like a huge issue. Like if there was a softlock in my game, that would be like a #1 priority to fix, basically. Whereas I know certain companies even went as far as, was it not LucasArts, but there was another one. What would I call it? Something on S, I think. Big point and click developers. What are they called? Not LucasArts. There was like one other one that were really big. Developer. Not Fargo. What was their name? I recently heard a podcast episode about them. Sierra. These guys apparently even went as far as to kind of punish the player extra for a lot of this stuff, where, like, as far as I understand, they would almost even make fun of people for getting stuck, and like kind of surprisingly like unforgiving in the design of the game. Which I found really interesting. I definitely wouldn't have expected it, but it seemed like, you know, in the early point-and-click games, like, softlocks were just a part of the design, basically. King's Quest was released by them? Yeah, I think the one I heard about, the episode I was listening, was... I'm currently on the Deja Vu one, but it was the one Gabriel... Didn't they make that one as well? Like Gabriel and the something? Gabriel Knight, Sins of the Father, was that by them? Yeah, Sierra Online, exactly. Try to turn a light on, but I'm the part where the energy is out and the lamp is broken. It tries to turn on, but the other ones don't. Yeah, that is something I need to look into, because we still have a spark, which doesn't really make sense. That's a good shout. Many old games have softlocks, yeah. What's the podcast you mentioned, Chappie? It is... It's called something point and click adventure podcast, some shit like that. Point and click and adventure game podcast. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. Fairly long episodes, like the actual game episodes are like 1-2 hours long. Basically, the concept seems to be like, you know, he starts the episode talking about like the history of the game and the studio. And then basically does a full, what he calls, talk-through of the game. So he'll actually go through basically the entire game from start to finish. So they're fairly, you know, what you call it, they are fairly all-encompassing when it comes to the games. I think, yeah, I've listened to the first couple of ones. Indiana Jones, Gabriel Knight. I think I'm currently on episode 4, Deja Vu. It's kind of interesting, just, you know, as someone developing a point-and-click game, hearing more about... Because I think a fair amount of these are just not games I probably would end up playing myself. So I don't really mind spoiling them a little bit. But it's interesting just hearing about a lot of the, you know, the history of these very popular point-and-click games. It does seem like it's not running anymore. The last episode came out 2019. So there's 25 episodes, but so far I'm enjoying it. Probably not as playtested as today, and you couldn't patch games post-launch, so it made sense. Oh yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, I think playtesting is probably something that came in a lot, like became a lot bigger of a factor in recent times. I know, like, it wasn't Valve one of the first companies who really put a emphasis on playtesting, where they basically would do multiple playtesting sessions per week on their games throughout the entire development. Like, I think it's some of these just like design philosophies that, you know, it's easy to think of them as like they should be intuitive and obvious today, but like, you know, a lot of these games were released like 30 years ago, and I think it was just a different time. I don't think that like having soft locks, I think experiencing a soft lock was probably still fairly harsh, like it probably wasn't a fun experience, but I think it was something that people just like accepted a little bit more. Whereas today, like, if I would have a soft lock in my game, that would like instantly be a negative review. It's like 23 degrees this weekend, and now it's snowing, supposed to be 20 plus again in a few days. Fucking hell, that's a switch. Look at that, good guy Grievance, what a fucking legend. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some fucking claps for the one and only great Grievance? An American actually giving me temperature in Celsius. What a fucking legend. I am legitimately proud of you. I'm not even being ironic here. That is a good guy American if I've ever seen one. Rather than just assuming that I'm gonna know what Fahrenheit is gonna be equal to. Good guy Grievance. Alliteration. Good guy great Grievance. Not saying they were first, but they made games by testing the games. Yeah, I don't think they were like first with like the concept of playtesting, but I think they were, from what I understand, I think they were one of the first companies who like put a really big emphasis on the playtesting. Yeah, back in the day, pretty much any remotely impressive software was sorcery. Yeah. Not totally sure, but I think that podcast transformed to classic gaming today. Oh, really? Oh, maybe the point and click stuff ended up being a little bit too niche. Damn, 11 hours ago? Huh. Now I'm kinda intrigued. Classic gaming today, point and click adventure podcast. I'm kinda intrigued now. They did do... I see that Classic Gaming Today did do a episode on Gabriel Knight's Sins of the Father. Damn, I kinda wanna know now. I mean, if so, he probably says it in the last episode, I imagine. Wait, couldn't I just listen to... I would probably recognize his voice, right? Is it on... is he on Spotify? Classic Gaming Today. I don't know why I got so intrigued by this, but I kinda wanna know now if it's the same guy. Can I not filter stuff here? Or sort, rather. Hello?
Hello everyone, and welcome to Classic Gaming Today, where we take a look at the gaming experiences of the past through the eyes of the present. I am your host, Tony, and today is our latest Sounds of the Classics episode. This one is focused on a...
It does sound fairly similar. What did you say? Tony? What was the other one? Point and click? This is a fucking rabbit hole I didn't think I was gonna go into. But I wanna know now. Is this the same guy? I do assume that he introduced himself quite properly in the first one, eh? Is this the same guy? Spotify can't play right now. Why? Okay. So now I can't play it. I will never know. Hashtag Sag. It might be. I mean, the voice sounded fairly similar, to be honest. From what I can recall, at least. Techbox North, welcome in. How you doing, man? I like freedom units, because 0 is cold and 100 is hot, and 50 is pretty neutral. But I also realize we like less than 5% of the population. Yeah. No, I have heard that, like, in practice, it can feel fairly intuitive. Like, I think Fahrenheit, in practice, it seems more based on, like, the feeling. Whereas, you know, I suppose that the argument is that Celsius is a bit more based on the actual science of it. Not that, like, you know, Fahrenheit wouldn't be scientific, of course it is, just, it's still accurate. It's just, you know, a different format or whatever. But since Celsius is more so based on the freezing point and the boiling point of water, right? Luasoft, welcome in. We're going old school, of course we are. Ads? Nah, let's skip them. We'll see Mad Chapel and C and Assembly. Yeah, I've had like one look at Assembly and I like noped out of that immediately. Don't worry, Spotify won't give a filter, but they will give AI music and higher prices. Oh yeah, I need to fucking cancel my Spotify subscription. I mainly listen to podcasts anyway, which you can do for free, but I did get it recently because I needed the offline feature while I was traveling. I think I forgot to cancel it.
Cheers.
Cheers. Appreciate ya. Saud. %100% based on feelings. Celsius is a 0 to 100 state. Kelvin is for science. The YouTube Plus thing is way better in my opinion. Oh, really? Oh yeah, you get music, more podcasts, and no ads on videos too. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. I think the thing that gets annoying with that stuff is... like, it's the whole thing when you get, like, dependent on one company. Do you know what I mean? Like, I have all my music from, like, the last decade and a half or something on Spotify. I don't know if there's probably services to, like, migrate that stuff, but... we pay for both YouTube and Spotify Premium, but that's a much better value if you have a family. I'll try brute force, try and find the box in the garage, or not the answer to the box. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that one is actually, I don't know if I should make it... Have you been to all rooms? I mean, I assume if you ended up feeling stuck there, you've gone to all rooms. But that one is semi-missable, I do suppose. It doesn't stand out like a whole lot. I think what I should do about that one is probably to add a... like the hint for the chest, I should probably have a marker on the map for it, because I currently don't. I have 330 books in my Audible library. I need to jailbreak and back up somewhere. I don't listen for playlists anymore. I pick one song and let YouTube recommend me songs after that. Yeah, Spotify added that feature as well, where you can... That one I actually kind of like. You can listen to your own playlist with your songs, but then like every third song or something, they will like throw in a random one. Yeah, a smart shuffle, is that the one? Like that kind of stuff is pretty nice. It's a good way of just finding more music and shit. I can give you a little nudge if you want, LA. I mean, the puzzle is brute forceable, but if you want a nudge for the solution... Random one? The ones that pay most? Okay. I'd appreciate it. I would look... It's on the first floor. I would say the hint is on the... somewhere on the left side of the... on the left-hand side of the first floor. As in like the main floor. Do you guys listen to any podcasts at the moment? Any good podcasts? The only sad thing is that I actually don't I don't have that much time for podcasts. Like, I don't have that much downtime in my days anymore. Like, back in the days, it would always be a good opportunity while you're like driving or out and about or something to listen to podcasts and music. But now when I'm home most of the time, you know, I pretty much always have something to do. So I kind of need to... It's more like I need to put time aside to actually listen to podcasts. I do a lot, like, if I'm cleaning or something, though. I like popping on a little podcast. I'm a big fan of Last Podcast on the Left. It's a true crime and history podcast. Not much lately. State of the Art sometimes, and Friend Per Second. I don't know if I've heard of any of these. So guys, we do have some ads coming up here in a few seconds. Appreciate your patience. I'm gonna take a quick break, but I'll be back in just like a minute or so. Let's see, what else should we do? I think I should try and get this build up today, but let's see if there's something else on the list we could look into. We see, I've been saying that I should get this build up soon for quite some time. It is obviously taking a bit longer than I initially wanted to. Oh yeah, maybe the escape in the menus, or taking the new screenshots. Ads are running though, so let me take a short break and I'll be right back. Cheers. And we are back. Found it, went before and forgot, it happens. GDFG, my first million, Huberman Lab, that one I've listened a little bit to. And Board Game Design Lab, maybe a dozen others. I randomly listen to many devs podcasts, but when I listen to weekly, it's Try4 podcasts, and I can't recommend that shit. Wait, so wait, you listen to it weekly, but you don't recommend it? Yeah, GDFG is probably my most listened to podcast. I think I've listened to the entire podcast, or like listened to the podcast in its entirety, like 2.5 times or something. I've gone through that one with a fine comb, you know. Wanna take it so long because you keep listening to it is in chat suggesting downloading screen updates. Nah, it's all good. I think it turned out pretty nice though. You know, it does give that extra bit of flair, and you know, we like details over here. I'm all for it. Friends Per Second is mostly a game news podcast. Ah, okay. Finish it, fell for the jump scares. Thank you very much for playing the demo. Appreciate ya. Make sure to leave a review if anyone hasn't. Of course, if you haven't played the demo, go ahead and do so. But we also very much appreciate the reviews. It's like the #1 way of helping out the development of the game right now. Even though it's a little bit unfortunate, because we are going to lose our 69 review count, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta do it for the greater good, eh? State of the art, they do deep analysis of games. Oh yeah, another one I listen to a bit is the Game Maker's Notebook, which is more like interviews with, I mean, some indie developers, but a lot of like AAA stuff. Just a bit interesting in that perspective as well. And like I said, there are indie devs on there as well, but most of the time it will be like really successful indie devs. Like it's, you know, the guy who made Return of the Obra Dinn and Spelunky and shit like that. GDFG is the same as the game jams for Shadow of Gloom. Exactly. Exactly. It was Zaccavelli, the host of GDFG. Of the podcast, he also runs that game jam, which is a really nice one. I think it's one of the better game jams for people who want to like try the first game jam. Like it's a very beginner-friendly game jam in the sense of that, like, you can almost join it whenever. There's almost always a jam going on, and on top of that, it's a month long. Because like if you don't have that much experience in game development, doing like a 24-hour jam might be a little bit stressful. But when you have a month, like even if you can only work on weekends and stuff, that still gives you like a fair amount of time to do it. The game jam theme is also optional. Now, you know, I've said this before, I still think that you should try and use the theme personally, because I think that's like such a big part of the game jam experience, like making a game with a specific theme. But if you truly can't, then it is optional. So yeah, overall I would just say it's a very like approachable game jam, if that makes sense. I definitely do want to try like a shorter one at some point. I think I should do it. Like, how many streams did I take to make the Marble side project? Like, I think I spent like 5 streams or something on that game. So like a week-long jam, or even a jam, like a 4-day jam or something, I think I could probably whip together something simple for it. But yeah, now is probably not the time. We have a fair amount of things to do with this game. Yeah, it's not... yeah, there's a few months off, yeah, true. Usually... Because during Christmas is when they do the level design one, right? Which is like in a similar vein to a game jam, but it's not like a make your own game. It's like, you know, use the engine to make a level, and then they like vote on those. And they also do some like team jams, if that's something someone would be interested in. Yeah, I highly recommend it. And the podcast is great as well. I really like his podcast. It's good shit. Okay, let's see if we can do something about this pause menu stuff. I think it would be fairly easy. The main issue is that I actually don't use the input manager in the menu I don't know if I wanna put it there, because that's gonna... I mean, I guess I could just set the state... What states do I actually have? I do have none. So whenever you exit to the main menu, I could just set the state to none. To basically make this stuff not work. Just that would give us a bunch of issues. But then we would try to pause the game. But GameManager.instance would be null. Yeah, I don't know if I can be bothered. I think I might just use the old system in the settings UI for now. And then override it so that here, when you're paused, we basically need to check the... We basically check the state of the settings to know where to go. It feels like it would be fairly easy to get this to work. I wonder if I should even maybe make actual states for the... Basically a state for each of the menus you can go into. And use that to know where to go, basically. I guess I could just else if check all of the game objects, see which one is active. That would be maybe feel a little bit more messy, but I mean it would work. Basically if you're in any, we could do like if or checks for all of the base menus where we would go back to the settings menu. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just do something that works. We're gonna do a private void update inside of the settings UI. Or do I want to have states? Do I want to do like an enum? Then I need to make sure to set that up correctly. I also need to make sure that you cannot press escape during the initialization. So that would be a problem. Make another game, join the dark side? No. This one I find out 3 days, it happens every other week, minijam. Yeah, I think something like that I would be quite interested in trying at some point. Oh yeah, Jonas Tyrolla, yeah, he's been doing some good. I've listened to a fair... I haven't listened to all his interviews, but I listened to a lot of them. Plus there's some more downtime around the Team Jam month, because it's a lot more to organize. Yeah, that makes sense. Is it possible to prolong a Amazon abo? Or do I have to wait until it's expired and start anew? Wait, I'm not fully sure I know what you mean, Seabag. Maybe I do want states. Nah, fuck it. I'm gonna do a ugly fucking massive if-else statement here. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna check if input dot get key down key code escape. If you press escape, then we're gonna check basically where are you. The most simple one is if you are in the settings menu, which is the base one. Like when you open settings, we enable the settings menu. So if the settings menu dot active self, then, well, normally I would want to close the settings, But this becomes a bit tricky because I can't... Yeah, I need this if I'm in the main close settings event. Because this, I think, is what makes it go back to the main menu. If game manager instance is not equal to null, then I deactivate it. Yeah, I think we're gonna call the... Well, I actually don't have to do anything here, because not if I'm in game. It's only if I'm in the menu. Because in game, this is already going to work. But if I'm in the main menu, then I want to do this. Is it fine doing this? Close settings. What do I actually do here? I unpause the game. So I assume my settings UI. Do you subscribe to any events? You don't. How the fuck do I close these? Wait, how do I close the... Oh wait, does my UI manager do that? Maybe? Is that what I do? Oh yeah, because we have the pause menu. Right. So here I actually just want to close. So yeah, we can do the close button. That should work in both scenes, because the settings UI is just layered on top of the pause menu UI. But that means I cannot check if the pause menu is active to know when to unpause. How do I know when I want to unpause the game? Because that one is always active. Well, the easy thing would be to have a state for the settings. Maybe that is what I should do. Oh, subscription? Is it possible to prolong a Amazon subscription, or do I have to wait until it expires and start anew? It feels like you should be able to do it. But I need to eat something, no worries. See you soon, até a próxima. Ou até já. Like the Amazon Prime subscription, you have to wait until it runs out and then it lets you subscribe again. Oh, that's interesting. Because if I had a state for my settings, then I could, in my input manager, if the game is paused, I should just check the state of the settings. And if it is not set to none, which means that I would be inside of the settings, then I don't want to do anything here. Otherwise we handle it all through the settings UI instead. Which means I also could be lazy and just have a bool for whether or not settings are open or not. That is another solution. Just do a little public static bool is settings open defaulted to false. I don't even need to default you. I could do this as well. Or I use my UI manager. No, just pause is a game state, not a UI state. I don't know how I want to structure this. How many beers I have to skip a month to pay those €5? Interesting. How do I want to do this? There's quite a few ways of going about it. I think I'm gonna have the settings handle themselves, but I need to make sure that my game manager or my normal input manager doesn't interfere. I might do this for now, just a static bool, whether or not the settings are open. Because I can just check the game objects here, I think that's fine. So basically, whenever we open settings... Whenever you open the settings, we would just say that is settings open must be true. And whenever you close them, we know that settings open must be false. And I guess we have to do this on the close button as well. Or I could keep track of a game object set as return menu, like the menu to return to. That would be another way of doing it. And just depending on the menu you go into, you set what the new return menu should be. And whenever you close the settings, you set the return menu to null, which means that I could check in the input manager if the settings UI return menu is null. I kinda don't hate that either. Well, no, because that still adds some... What would I do? How do I know... Well, I would call deactivate... I would call play select sound, deactivate all menus, and then enable the return menu. That's what I would do. That would definitely be cleaner code. Because that's how I go to any settings menu, right? I deactivate all and then I only enable the one I want. That feels better. And I could still keep that one static for simplicity. So we would have a static game object called return menu. As in the menu to return to. And then here, when you open settings, the return menu should be null. When you close settings, it should also be null. Close button should also set it to null. Return to settings. Why do I have open settings and return to settings? Don't know, but I'm not gonna care. Deactivate, I don't have to do anything. Open video settings. Return menu should be set to the normal settings menu. And this will be the case in the vast majority of these. Not brightness, but audio should take you back there. Gameplay should take you back. Controls should take you back. Language should take you back. Brightness should actually take you back to the video menu. And that should really be it. Is brightness the only special one? That's the only sub-menu of a menu. Oh shit. What if you are in the controls menu? There's a place where escape will make you stop trying to assign a new key. Shit. That is an issue, because now we're gonna not only... We are going to stop assigning, but we're also gonna try and go back. I guess I should check if that object is enabled. In, like, the pop-up for assigning a key, I should check if that one is enabled when you press escape. I suppose. I'll be lurking, gotta continue working on my prototype. I'll be around if I take a break. No worries, T-Bag. Thank you for lurking, man. Appreciate ya. Okay, I'm gonna try this. Fuck it. If... No, wait, I need to check if the settings menu is active. So if that one is active, and if the return menu is null, that means we have settings open and we have nowhere to return to. Well, that is the same as the settings menu being active, though. This should always be set to null. So technically this should be redundant. Do I play a sound effect here? I don't. Else if return menu is not equal to null. Cankles, what is up, man? Welcome in. Good to have ya. In that case, we want to play a select sound. We want to deactivate all menus, and then we want to say return menu set active true. Oh, nope. Nope, nope, nope. This is an issue, because now, depending on what the return menu is, I need to set up the new return menu. And I also, because I can't set this to null, because this might have been you going back from brightness into video. Shit. This is what I mean, like, handling the escape functionality is actually more complex than one might imagine. There's so many like edge cases to it. What are you doing? I'm trying to make it so that we get even more functionality from pressing escape, so that you can go back each menu in the settings by pressing escape. But I also need to make sure that we only because right now, no matter where you are at in the settings menu, or like in the pause menu in the game, escape will always unpause the game. But I think if you go down into a sub-menu, then escape should just take you back one. So we should only unpause when you are in like the... Well, we should only unpause when you're in the main menu itself. Or in the pause menu, rather. But then I want this to also work in the main menu as well as when you're in the game. It gets a little bit confusing. And what I'm doing now, I actually don't think is going to work. Having a static return menu raises some questions because we don't know what the... Unless I make my own class for menus, for settings menus, which has a reference to the menu, it should open as well as a return menu. Then we can always keep track of the menu that's open as well as what menu you should return to. That could work. But then how would that change the rest of my code? If I need to manage the same UI but in different scenarios, I have my menus script inherit from some scripted flags. Now this does get complex because then I have like all this other functionality for pressing escape, for handling like pausing and closing of in-game UI elements and stuff. So I need to make sure that these don't like collide with each other. So right now I'm thinking that I should have some flag or something in my settings that I can check in my input. So while the game is paused, we can basically check if you are in a submenu. Like stage shots for managing UI, but that'd be too much architecture to add at this point. It's not too difficult, because I could kind of slap a... I don't know exactly what you mean by stage shots, but if we're talking like enum states, that would be fairly simple to just slap on top of this, to be honest. And then just do a big switch case for whenever you press escape. Because almost all my other UI is handled with like enum states. So like for the game manager, I have game states. For my UI manager, I have... This is like in-game UI states, like whether you're looking at the inventory map or inspecting something. So I guess maybe if we're gonna be a bit consistent, it makes more sense to have those type of states here as well. I might do that. We're gonna do a public enum called settings state, maybe, which is going to be none settings video audio. We also have brightness. I might do this. Gameplay, controls, language. Like we basically have one state for each of these, and depending on the state, we're gonna do different things. Now the input manager can check the current state of the settings whenever the game is paused to know what to do. State shots prevent a huge number of state-based bugs within reactive system. Gotta hop to a meeting. Cheers, no worries, Grievance. Thank you for hanging out, and I'll catch you later. State shots are a good fit for solving certain problems with coding user interfaces. Event action paradigm. State shots inject themselves between the event being generated and the action being performed. Okay. Events are passed on to the state shot instead of being acted upon directly. The state shot then determines what to do. Var current state, not green. State machine, not green. Green. Okay, so this is... But then I'm kind of doing this with my other states, right? Oh no, because here we're doing some of the fancy lambda stuff. But I think I could do this with the same type of system that I have used elsewhere. If we basically just keep track of a state. Do I need one of these? Oh, can I not have you? Okay, we do this. I see. And then we can have a public setting state, current state. Fuck it, static. Which I suppose is defaulted to none. And then now, whenever you do any of this shit, we are just going to set our current state. Current state equals settings. If you close the settings, then it should be set to none. Return to settings. Should set the state to settings. This should of course be video. Brightness should be of course set to brightness. I mean, I need some double checks for language, as well as brightness. Like, if you are in the initialization, I can't allow escape clicks, because that's gonna cause a bunch of issues. I should actually just have one called change state, and then I pass in which state I want to go to, and depending on the state, I activate a different menu. That's what I should do. That would be way cleaner. I might refactor that at some point. That point is not now. So now, when you press escape, we can instead just check. Basically, we do a switch depending on the current state. So in a lot of these, we are going to say... So brightness and language need special cases. None, we're not gonna do anything. If the state is settings, then I want to call... I think I need to call close button. And then we have all of the default ones, which is going to be audio, it's going to be gameplay, it's going to be video. This is going to be most of them, not brightness. Controls I'm gonna need some double check for as well. Video, audio, gameplay. No, I need special for language. Okay, so these are the default ones which are going to... Well, rather... Does it matter if I call open settings? Oh yeah, because you don't... No, I don't want to open settings. I want to return to settings. Yeah. Return to settings and then break. If we are in brightness, then I want to open video settings. And that should deactivate all menus and take us back to the video. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I didn't know you can set multiple cases together. Noted. Yeah, it's fairly useful if you want them to do the same thing, because that's basically what the break does, right? Like, the reason we have to add the break is to make this one not fall over to whatever you're supposed to do next. So if you just don't break anywhere, you can basically merge all your cases into one thing. So I guess you could say that this kind of becomes like a if this and this and this, then follow through to return settings. It is fairly useful. Oh, so you know what? Couldn't I make my case for settings and then just not, or for language and not break it? Oh, but I'm gonna need something for... Oh, wait. Brightness. I need to be careful here. I can't open video settings in case... you haven't calculated the brightness yet. So I guess I can check the player pref here. If you have never calculated brightness before, that means that you are currently in the initialization. So if you would press escape while in the brightness menu, then we double check if brightness calibrated is 1. If you have calibrated your brightness, then you cannot be in initialization, which means that we can just go back to video settings. I think that should be fine. And then we would have to do something similar in case you are looking at the language settings. In that case, we need to check if the... let me just copy this. We need to check if a language has been selected before. In that case, we want to go back to the video settings and then break. Okay. Oh, but I don't change state here. Oh, that's interesting. What do I call when you finally set the brightness, the last part? Then I call close settings, so that will set it to null. So I'm actually gonna need to set the state here as well. If language has not been selected, then the current state must be set to language, because otherwise this is not gonna function correctly. Is that all of my menus? Am I missing something? Settings, video brightness, audio, gameplay. Controls is the last one, which I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to do this. I think I need some I need to check like if the rebinding UI is active. In that case, don't do anything. If it's not active, then go back. For now, what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to just return to settings. This is not gonna function properly, but at least we can try it. Last but not, we're gonna need a default where we're just gonna break, so that will happen if it's set to null. Then we basically don't do anything. And now in our input manager, whenever the game is paused, wait, I play a select sound when you open settings. I probably shouldn't do that. Because the menu button should play the sound effect. That's why all of these are commented out. Here I think I use a Unity button, so that one is different. I don't think I should play a select sound here. I think that's incorrect. However, when you press escape, I do want to play a select sound. As long as it's not null. So since we always want to do this, we could just say if current state is not equal to none, then I would like to play select sound. I'm kinda guessing a little bit here, but I think this could work. Okay, if it's paused, then I want to check if settings UI dot current state, if that is equal to settings UI setting state none. Basically, if we are not looking at the settings, then I want to unpause the game. Otherwise, we actually don't want to do anything. Otherwise, the settings should handle themselves. I have no idea if I've gotten all of this right. I would be very surprised if there's no issue here. I would actually even go as far as to say I would be a little bit impressed if this doesn't break somewhere. Let's do this as well. Boom. Okay, we can pause as per usual. I guess if I click here, I'm going to unpause. That's fine. If I go in here and I press escape, then we should just go... Interesting. Okay, what if I go in here? Okay, that's not right. Was that a typo? Yeah. If we are in the language menu, then we don't want to open video settings, we want to open settings. Okay, overall it kinda seems to be working. The pausing does not work. I wonder why. Oh, I guess because these are gonna trigger at the same time. So then maybe you're already set to none. Yeah. Yeah, both become true at the same time. Which is weird. Should I fix this with execution order? Do I have my inputs? Yeah. Like, if I just made sure that my input manager is triggered before my settings UI, then that should not happen, maybe. I have no idea. I think if that's gonna make it so that basically the input is gonna check in the input manager first, at which case the state will be... Yeah, because I think the issue is if the settings UI trigger before the input. Because then we basically... We go back to the settings menu, setting the return to null, or we're setting the... No, we close the settings, which set the setting state to none, and then in the same frame we basically check if that is set to none. So we do a double escape. Bulb Torto, welcome in, man, how you doing? Thank you very much for the review on the demo. Appreciate you, man. You actually took us to 69 reviews, which is pretty nice. Very much appreciated. Okay, it still happens. Execution order does not fix it. Okay, let's check the submenus first. Brightness, escape takes me back to video. Pressing escape here takes me back to settings. Audio, settings. Gameplay, settings. Controls, settings. Language. Okay. Do I not... Wait. When I deactivate all menus, language menu set active false. Okay. Oh, I call open settings. No, I need to return to settings. Ah, I see. How you doing, Bob Torso? Did you have a good weekend? Hope you did. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, all of that seems to be fine. So the main issue we have right now is that pressing escape in the settings menu is going to close the settings menu, but it also unpauses the game. We just want to go back one. So how do we make that happen? Because the issue now is that if the state, when you press escape, if the state is settings, then we trigger close button. Which does, what listens to this event? Okay, so that should be fine, I think. We trigger close button, which is going to Wait a second. Do set the state to none. But I only disable the settings background. This one is only used in the menu. But wait, why does my settings even close then? Wait, why is the settings background? Is that the parent object? Settings background. Oh, it is. So that should be fine then. But then basically, what ends up happening is that we trigger this, which deactivates the settings, but that sets the current state to none. But then this triggers at the same time, which means that when we are paused, we check the state of the settings. But that has now been set to none, which means that we also unpause the game. How the fuck do I fix this? The issue is that both of these get triggered at the same time. So, what if I do this check first? Instead. What if I check it before we even check for the escape input? We check if the settings UI current state, if that is not set to none, then we stop checking for input completely. Because no key bindings should work here anyway. That means that this cannot be triggered. Well, that's an assumption. It could be. I don't know. I could be wrong here. Let's try it. It was good, mostly worked on my game, nice. How was yours? Quite good as well. I was out with some mates, had a good time. And then I started watching a new show yesterday with Miss Chirpy. I don't know if anyone has watched this yet, but the producer, director, writer, whatever of Breaking Bad released a new series called Pluribus or something. I think there's only 2 episodes right now, but you know what? Seems pretty good. Okay, it still doesn't work. Ok. So all the submenus work correctly. Clicking escape takes me back to settings. But clicking escape here also unpauses the game. Let's check, while we already have problems, let's check the main menu. If I go here and I press escape, what happens? Ooh, nothing happens, that's interesting. Nothing at all. I can press escape here. Oh, now it worked. Ah! Because clicking settings here doesn't change the state, do you? Yeah. It's only when I go back that the state is now settings. Interesting. So what happens when I click the settings button? Do I only move? No, I need to call something. Oh, I can't call open settings because then that would be set. Okay, let's fix that first because I think that's an easier fix. Let's procrastinate this one because I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Main menu, buttons, settings. What do you call? Menu manager, settings button. Menu manager. That's not the same as open settings, is it? No, it said settings button. Purpose is quite good so far after the first 2 episodes. I think so too. So far I'm enjoying it. It's a really interesting, like, premise or whatever. Yeah, so far I would definitely recommend it. Do we want ads? Nah, let's skip them. Open settings. I have... Oh, settings button, just call open settings. I see. That seems a bit unnecessary, but oh well. So that activates the settings menu, and then we transition. So that's the game object. I need to do something else here. I need to call this. No, because I don't want the background to be enabled in the menu. That's the tricky thing. Couldn't I quite literally just change the state? This is not the way you're supposed to do it, but couldn't I literally, since it is a static one, can I just not say that the current state of the settings should be set to settings? Easy fix. It's not fancy, definitely not single responsibility, but it should work. Should fix the issue in the main menu. Programming woes, yeah. So, how's your game going, Bull Turtle? What are you working on at the moment? Use up the free trial Apple TV during summer, so no way for me to watch it. Pons, welcome in, man. Good to have ya. Oh. I can exit this early now. I probably shouldn't be able to spam click this one. That feels a bit odd. Okay, so we can press escape here to go back. Escape, 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 escape. That feels pretty good. Here, I guess we could have this happen if you press escape in the main menu. Like maybe clicking escape here should check if you want to quit the game. Also fairly easy to set up, I think. Because now it feels weird that I can basically go back anywhere by pressing escape, but nothing happens here. I think escape should open and close this one. But then I need to make sure that... Oh shit, I'm gonna need like a fucking menu state now as well. Or just make sure that you're not currently transitioning anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna leave that for now. Let's go back to the bigger issue, which is in the demo scene. Arm wrestling the settings menu? Yeah, very much. Happy Monday, Pons. Hope you had a good weekend. escape button manager system.cs. Yeah, that's basically what I need. But this is what I mean, like, it's surprising amount of like logic around handling like a good flexible escape button. There definitely is better ways of doing this. I think what I should have done is have my input manager in the menu as well, so I could have handled everything from here, but I kinda can't be bothered doing that. So the issue right now is that we unpause the game. I actually don't know how to fix this. I couldn't check beforehand. Just the issue is that when I press escape in the settings UI, I am going to set the current state to none. Which means that this is going to trigger at the... I don't understand why it didn't work to check this before. I guess this one is called after. Sorry guys, we have some ads running. Is possible. Like, it wouldn't work by just adding a bool here for settings being open either. Just the interesting thing is that these kind of happen in succession still. Like, the weird thing is that you see the settings menu close, back to the pause menu, and then the pause menu gets disabled. And like, you can clearly hear two clicks as well. I could, like, an ugly way, like duct tape solution to fix this is to add a little delay. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, if I hold down escape, it works. Oh, which is in my input, that will trigger hold, which is a different interaction. Because if I hold here, nothing happens either. Yeah, I see, okay. Whereas on this one, what do I do here? Get... Oh no, I know how to fix it. Get key down, escape. I wonder if I can fix this by just going get key up. I don't know. But maybe. Yeah, problem is two scripts are reading the same escape button input. Yes. Yeah, so now I have to release the key to be able to go back. Which I guess becomes weird because I can press escape here, go in here and then let go, but that's kind of fine. And now if I hold here and escape, then we just go back. What happens if I click? That actually works. That seems fine. Why? Why is that fine? To check for up here. Oh, yeah. No, it makes total sense. Before I checked on key down triggers before the full click. In the UI manager, in the input manager, controller.input, this checks for a full click, as in like down up. Which means that the click down disables the settings menu. And if I quickly release it, that will trigger the click function in the input manager, which means that both gets triggered at the same time. However, if the settings menu checks for key up instead, that means that this will basically happen before the controller input is fired off, which means at that point the settings UI will not have changed yet. Okay, it made sense. It made sense. If the next script tries to read key or key down, then it should fix it. Yeah. I think it reads for... No, it is probably key down, actually. Because I think this is... Yeah, was performed this frame. It checks if the... No. No, it's not down, because I can't hold it. On key down would work if you're holding down as well. But this is with the new input system. So I think this technically is like a click. Like I actually have to go down and up. Because hold is a different action in the new input system. It's a bit weird here because I'm mixing like the new and the old input system. Which is a little bit unintuitive, but this seems to work, so I think we'll take it. Intricist, welcome in, man. How you doing? Yo, let's go. I wanna learn pixel art too. You should, man. Pixel art is fun. Are you a fellow game developer too? Okay, so we can pause and unpause as per usual. Let's enable some more info here so we can see what we're doing. That looks fine. We're going to settings. We're gonna go all the way into brightness. Escape takes us here. Escape takes us here. That's correct. Just gonna try and escape back through every single menu. And then escape here. Takes us back. And then we can unpause. Only minor inconsistency is that if I go in here and I press escape, then I unpause the game. Which maybe is weird. It's definitely not the end of the world, but it feels like maybe pressing escape here should be the same as clicking the back button. Okay, let's go back and check the main menu as well. Escape doesn't do anything. Now I can press escape here. Let's just run through all of these. That does seem to work. We still have one minor issue, or kinda major, which is if I try to rebind the key, this gives you the prompt to press escape to cancel. If I do that, we're gonna go back. And the issue is that also checks for get key down. So what we do, I think, is switch it so that
Strom_CL challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it! I think what we need to do here is make sure that this checks for escape up as well. And then in the other... Or we add a... No, we add a state for this. That's what we do. Easy fucking peasy. Just add a state for rebinding. And then return. Because the logic is somewhere else. And then we just need to make sure they work during initialization as well. But first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, let's run a little marble race. Not yet, but I will do it as a hobby. I know coding. Ooh, nice. Definitely a big advantage. I started with 0 experience, so that was... Like, getting to the point of understanding the programming was definitely the biggest hurdle at first. Strom, as the Redeemer, do you have a preferred map? For anyone that doesn't know, this is yet another game about marbles, which is a little side project we started before. It is basically like marbles on stream, but 2D and slightly worse. But it's a fun little thing. I need to add a random one as well. That would be kind of fun. Was a sportsbook forecasting today? Okay, we also have the amount of marbles. We could go crazy, but probably not. Should we go... let's do 5 default, 10 for subscribers. Sure. Let's go Giga Plinko. It's been a while. Let's do it. 10 and 100. Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, type !join if you want some marbles. As always, we are gonna start a little prediction as well, in case people wanna gamble some channel points. So this is whether or not you think that Strom, the challenger, will win. Boom, you have 2 minutes to cast your vote. The poll is up right now. Introgist, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, man. Trombone King, nice to see you again. Hope you've been well. Strom is cheating 1 to 10 on the leaderboard? Nah. Nah, it's fine, it's fine. It's gonna change quickly. So far, we have a total of almost 9,000 points bet. We have 7,777 points bet on Strom winning, and only 1,000 points bet against him. The odds do not make sense, but they are what they are. We have a bit more than half the time left in the prediction. If anyone else wants to join the race, then type !join to enter. Got my hidden exploit in Twitch code? True. For anyone that doesn't know, Strom did help us out quite a bit with the Twitch integration part of this game, so shout out. Strom is a veteran marbler. So far, we have 9,000 points on Strom winning and 40,000 channel points against the challenger. We have about 20 seconds or so remaining on the prediction, so if you want to gamble some points, do so now. All in, holy shit. Introgist is a believer, whereas Strom, the challenger himself, bet against him. I'm all in, holy shit, we have a lot of people going all in here. The prediction is over. We ended up at a total of about 51,000 channel points. We have 4 believers and 6 non-believers, with the majority of points being 78% of the points being on the non-believer side, which is the safer bet, but you never know, the challenger has won before. And he could do it again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna boot up the race. If you haven't joined and you want some marbles, type !join to enter the race. You have about 10 seconds to do so. Upset incoming. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Giga Plinko, which means we have like 6 Plinko sections in a row. So far, Cankles and Pons in first place. T-Bag taking a good route there through the second Plinko section, but does get stopped up a little bit. Cankles, first one into the 3rd out of 6. So far doing pretty good. See a couple of Pons, we have Nymph and Grievance. Oh, I see one Strom, we have the light green here. Holy shit! Pons straight through the 4th one. The only one. Double marbles in the 5th Plinko section. So far doing very well. Strom is in here too, but quite far behind. Taking a pretty good route though. It is not impossible. You know, it's semi-unlikely. Oh shit, look at that. That is a good route. Can he do it though? It's very close. Grievance. Strom actually does it. Unless, nope, it is over. The challenger actually fucking won. Holy shit, what a turn of events, people. Techbox North in 2nd place, Great Grievance 3rd. The triple Pons, 4 to 6. Cheetah, Strom, Intrigist. Look at that. The believers actually did it this time. Strom bet against himself, losing his own points, but he also won, you know? No matter what, he stays a winner. Okay, who's struggling the most? We have a Pons marble, I think that is the last one. But Pons overall, most marbles on the leaderboard. That is every marble in the goal. Holy shit, people. The believers actually did it. Against all odds. Give me my money. I'm all in on points every time now. That was a good finish. Yeah, definitely the comeback of the century, eh? With that, we are going to complete the prediction, which means that the 40,000 points from the non-believers will be split amongst the believers. Because this time, the challenger actually won. With that, we're gonna complete the prediction and get back to work. Thanks for playing, guys. GG. Plus 36,000 points, holy shit. Also 100% just God's plan. Easy 3.6k, only voted 1k. I mean, that's still a more than triple on your investment. Not too shabby, mate. Not too shabby. Brainerd Games, welcome in. How you doing? I'm out of points. Someone else has the marble. Oh, that is funny. That is what a turn of events, people.
Is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Halfway through the game I was typing up a message to talk shit. The one time I vote on Strom he decides to pull this shit. Okay, back to lurking. No worries, Teabag. Thank you for lurking, man. I do appreciate it. Okay, have we solved everything? No, we still have one issue, which is the whole going backwards thing in the control section. If you're trying to rebind, pressing escape will take you back to settings. That feels a bit odd, but I feel like I have a pretty good solution for this, which is that we are just gonna add yet another state. This is not gonna be any type of like single responsibility stuff, but it's gonna be fine. We're gonna add another state called rebinding. That's what we're gonna do. And then we need to be able to switch to this, but also we need to handle the case. No, here we actually just want to break. Yeah. We don't want to do anything if you are in the rebinding state. We want to do nothing at all. But we need to be able to select this, so control settings. We need to make something like a public void. On control rebinding or some shit like that. We basically don't want to do anything other than to say... I could also do this in a very non-single responsibility manner, if I want to be lazy. How is this actually handled here? Let's see. Control settings. Let's go like inventory. Button. This is a menu button that calls start interactive rebind on this one. Rebind action UI. So, okay, there is a start event. We do have a start event, so I could use that one. And then I suppose end event as well. Oh, but that's gonna turn into an issue. Wait, I think I need to actually change how this works. Edit scripts. This is a sample script, but I'm almost certain I can change stuff in here. Yeah, because I changed this into TextMesh Pro stuff instead. Thank you for lurking, Intricist. Appreciate it. Where do I check for escape? Or rather, how do I check for escape? The main issue is that I think we want to check for key up instead. Reset the default, save key bindings. Start interactive rebind. Okay. I mean, we need to check for escape somewhere. Bind and text rebind overlay. Okay. On cancel. Okay. So... Where do I actually check for the escape key? Rebind operation with cancelling through keyboard/escape. Okay. That's a bit annoying. Because I have no idea how that works. Okay. I miss you finishing the intro sync. Can you show it when you have time? Of course. I'm quite happy with it. Did the final touches today. Improving the art for the reflection in the mirror as well. And this is what we have at the moment. Not too shabby. Don't worry about this. That's fine. It's fine. And then we also have the ending where you reach the mana. Few extra frames there too, making the whole thing a little bit more smooth. I also think we have another issue here, which is if you try to... I don't think binding to right mouse button works. Yeah, it says the key is already assigned. I know I had a one player say this. Which is a bit weird. Because normal click nothing happens. But this isn't... That's not assigned. Which means I can't even reassign it to where it's supposed to be. I have to click reset. Looking great, real nice, thank you guys. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how it turned out. But I wonder if this has to do with this thing. Because this is still a pointer press, but that's excluding. So that shouldn't be an issue. Because like now if I try Z here, that should indeed say that it's already assigned. Why is right mouse button telling me that it's already assigned? Okay, I think I need to worry about one thing at a time, and right now it's the fact that escape here gets me out of the menu. So we cancel through escape, issue being that that one is... Yeah, if this unless I can check how cancelling happens. Throw if rebind in progress. If started. Invalidate operation exception. Yeah, I don't understand fuck all here. Ah. No. Okay. What if I changed the state into rebinding when you open it, but I don't change it back until key up? Then this cannot trigger at the same time. Because now the issue would be that if I make it that one change the current state, it's going to do so immediately when you press down. Yeah, I think that's the solution. So we are going to call this when you start rebinding. We're gonna say that the current state is rebinding. But then we're not gonna change that until here. When you press escape, then we want to say that the current state should be set to... Oh, no. If the case is, when you press escape, if you are in rebinding, then all we do is change the current state. But that feels a bit weird doing that, so I'm gonna instead do this. On control rebinding, bool is rebinding. If the player is rebinding a key, no. Ternary operator, baby. That's what we do. If the player is rebinding, then set the state to rebinding. Otherwise, set the state back to controls. Now, if you press if you get key up during a rebinding, then we say on control rebinding false. Go back to controls, which means you then have to click again to return to the settings. And now we do need to make... Oh, whoa! Wait, look at this shit. Okay, we're gonna be fancy here. This is static. I can make this a public static void. Yeah. And then I'm gonna sit down. Trash, welcome in. How you doing, mate? Hope you're doing well. Isn't that already built into the rebinding library you were using? Yes, but I'm adding extra logic on top of it. Like, the cancelling is working, but I want escape to also work with, like, going back in the menus. And right now, those trigger at the same time. So, while rebinding, I need to basically control the state a bit. But I'm not gonna do anything, because as you said, the logic for like cancelling the rebind is already working. The issue is that now if I press escape while rebinding, I would cancel the rebinding and then go out of the controls menu. But that should take 2 escape clicks. So all I need to do is just handle the state correctly and we should be fine. So in rebind action UI, that's already built in, is it not? No. As I said, like the having escape basically stop the rebinding is built in. But I have more logic, so right now what happens, if I'm rebinding and I press escape, I go back to the settings menu. Because the escape will also trigger the, since I'm in the control section, it also triggers this, pressing escape to leave the controls. So the built-in thing is working, but I'm also triggering my own system to return to the previous menu. And that feels odd, right? Like here it should be pressing escape once here to go back, and then again to go back to the settings. So like the cancellation is built in, but it messes up with my escape to go back, basically. So now in the rebind action, is this the one where I can check this? What actually happens when I click the button? Start interactive rebind. Okay, we do some shit here where we return. Perform interactive rebind. Oh, I see. Okay, so nonetheless, whichever one of these happens, we can now say settings UI dot on control rebinding true. And that's gonna update the state, and I think that will fix everything. I'm almost certain. If my logic is correct here, we should be good to go. Whoa, you can't sit yet? Of course I can. Bot Chirpy told me to sit down, so it's fine. Okay, controls. Escape takes me back to the settings. If I go into rebind and I press escape, I only cancel. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, I play 2 sound effects though. I play sound effect both on key down and key up. If current state is not equal to none and current state is not equal to rebinding, then play the sound effects. I guess I could pass that in here too. But that's more lines, so nah. Hasn't been long enough, sir? That's not true. ChirpyBot keeps perfect track of time. Yeah, this seems fully functional. Now we can press escape every step of the way. Escape to stop looking for input. Escape to go back to settings. Escape to go back to pause menu. Escape to unpause. That's pretty neat. Should work in the main menu as well. So escape to stop rebinding. Escape to go back. Escape to go back. That is pretty neat, if I may say so myself. I think that might be all of the edge cases. I have a game design question for my game. You were making a 2D platformer game. If you were making a 2D platformer game, would you make the player stop walking / running while attacking retro style or not? It depends on how you're attacking as well, I suppose. Because the one issue I would see is if, like, attacking and then moving is going to, like, switch the direction you're attacking at the same time. That would be a bit weird. I think both can work. I think in my original RPG game I did, I think I actually stopped. That wasn't a platformer, but I'm fairly certain the player stopped in that one. I think stopping is gonna make it feel a lot more retro. It's gonna feel like the player is in greater control if they can continuously walk. I would probably, like, for the best thing, I would imagine it is to not change direction, but still allow the attack while walking. Something like that. Like, yeah, on execution, you basically lock the direction you're attacking, but you could still allow them to walk. That would probably feel the most fluid, I imagine. With that being said, I don't think that's what I did in my RPG game. Now, to be clear, you know, this was like 2 years ago. I'm fairly certain I could not walk and attack at the same time. Yeah, you can see how the character basically stops anytime I attack. Can I rebind my interact button to escape now? I want to interact with escape? No. Nope. Nope, you cannot. I actually have a few of those stats. Currently, because of the way it's implemented, I actually don't allow you to change everything. Like the select button, as well as the pause button cannot be changed. I think I could... but it's tricky changing the escape button now. Because that's gonna change how this works. This is hard-coded for escape. With my rebinding... I guess if I could check for an action, which I probably could, then we... Well, no, wait, do I not check for... I could probably allow the player to change the pause cancel button, to be honest. The select button is tricky, though. The select button is a little bit tricky, since I checked for on-pointed click. Which means that if you would rebind this into like a... into like a keyboard button or something, you would basically break the entire interaction system. In my opinion, the best system is the frame-based startup active recovery system used by arcade fighting games. Moss Guy, welcome in, man. How you doing? Thank you very much for lurking. It's most robust but hardest to implement. This isn't marbles, what is this? Yeah, this is just a little side project I've started from. How to map everything to actions. Why are you allowing cancelling a rebind? I think the main reason is probably that it was built in from the start. And it feels like a good thing to have. I've noticed a lot of times that like when like a return function like that is redundant, people still expect them. Like another example of this is the language menu. This is a place where before I didn't have a back button here. Because the way it works, right, is that every single language button is a back button. Basically, if I click any language, it's automatically gonna take me back. So, you know, for me, I ended up feeling like, it's just redundant to have a back button. I might as well just force them to select a language. However, I did do that for a very long time, but I actually had a like surprisingly large amount of feedback that people wanted to have a back button here. Even though it, like I said, it technically is redundant, because selecting your language will take you back. So basically anywhere you click is a back button. But people still wanted to be able to click back, and I would imagine that something similar could happen here. Where someone might like accidentally click here. And the issue is that basically, where you have a back button here. I could make one. I don't know. Like here, there's no back button I can click here. I can't click anywhere. I could make this into an actual button on the pop-up though, that you would have to press instead. But currently there's no back button here. Yeah, but that's the issue, Trash. Right now, I don't think you can press the same button either. If I go inventory Z and I press Z, okay, that does work. But I suppose what could happen is that someone presses something and then go, oh shit, wait, what was the key binding? And then there's no way to return unless I would do this into a button instead. I do still think that there are reasons as to why allowing people to change escape would be good, and there's certainly ways I could do it. I don't think there's anything that stops me. Because what do I actually check for here? I'm not gonna do it now, but the interact button is trickier. Since I specifically use the on-pointed click system. I don't know, I guess I would have to like simulate that somehow, and that adds a little bit more complexity. Where was the thingy on... There's so much going on here. Because they check it... Do they check for an action or for a key binding? I actually don't remember. Because if they check for an... Oh, but I would need to change all of the toasts instead. They can't say press escape to cancel. Now I would have to actually read the saved inputs. Because right now those are hard scripted in every language as escape. But out of curiosity, like I said, I'm not changing this at this moment. It's possible I'll change it later on, but I feel like this is definitely not a priority. Where is the on cancel thingy? Yeah, okay, so this entire script is basically hard-coded to the escape key. Keyboard/escape. So it would... I think this is why I didn't allow rebinding. Because I basically need to refactor this entire script to make it work. Which is ironic. The script for rebinding is what kind of stops me to allow rebinding this button. Fairly ironic, when you think about it. Yeah, with cancelling through keyboard escape. I wonder if I should pause in... Like, what do I actually... It's a string binding. Cancel binding. Input control path. Like, if you could do an action instead, then it would be fine. Otherwise, it would be to just not allow this and do an actual click button. But yeah, I don't think it's a priority. Nonetheless. Also, escape on Keybind is kind of universal now. Almost every game does it that way. Yeah, I think people definitely escape or expect this functionality with the escape key. Escape is common default, but a lot of titles will allow full overrides, mostly for accessibility tooling. Yeah, I think that is like the main advantage. For me personally, I would forget or not remember the initial key to press to rebind it. Yeah, I think that is what could happen where... But like I said, nothing says necessarily that you need a key binding to cancel this, right? Like this, I'm equally likely I could have just put a button here. As long as this is what becomes confusing though, because then I cannot allow them to rebind to left mouse button, right? Because clicking that button will try to rebind it. But right now I don't allow for left clicks anyway, since that one is not rebindable. I think the bigger issue we have is why right click says it's already assigned, even if I don't assign it. That I don't fully understand, but I assume that might have to do with the exclude thing. What? Rebinding operations. Pointer delta, pointer position, touchscreen, mouse click count. With cancelling through keyboard escape. But the issue here, the thing that's weird is that it doesn't exclude it. It says that it's already bound even when it isn't. Like this is actually a fairly big bug. Because someone might actually want to use this for something else. But it shouldn't be an exclude list. Because exclude means that nothing happens, like when I press left mouse button here. That would be excluding it. But when I use right mouse button, it says it's already assigned, though that isn't the case. So I guess maybe what I should look for is assigned. The control that wants to rebind may have the chance of usage assigned to it, thus making it possible for the user to bind the control. But I don't cancel with it. That's the weird thing. When do I actually pop the message? I mean, this script is fucking confusing. We'll see if I can be bothered fixing this for this update. Generally, the first thing I'll do is add an abstraction layer where inputs are either ignored or mapped to actions and then find as events where there's a match. There's only like 5 bindings, just press reset and do them again. Yeah. No, that is true. There's certainly ways to get around it. Question is if it feels... Does it feel bad to not be able to cancel it? Like I said though, nothing says that you have to cancel with a key binding. I could just do a button. But this script is way too fucking confusing. Get display. Get binding index. Like, how long is this? This is like... Holy shit, it's like 3,000 lines of code. Perform interactive rebinding. But that's when you have multiple, right? Rebinding up... no. On event, rebind operation reset. Start. Oh wait, what is that thing called? Because there's a game object for rebind overlay fail text duplicate warning. Excuse me? Duplicate warning. Warning. Is it underscored? Duplicate. Am I looking at the right script here? Input action rebinding extension. Oh! Well, maybe that's the fucking issue. I'm looking at the wrong one. Edit script. That makes a lot more sense. That's why I was so confused. Yeah, this one is way shorter. Start interactive rebind. Set active false. Okay, so when do I activate this one? On cancel. Rebind overlay set active false. Stop event. Dispose. Duplicate warning set active false. When but when are you... Oh, is duplicate binding? It's okay. I checked for this somewhere. Okay, so if you click right click, I should check this. Ah. Should I have fucked up my actions? Do I have it somewhere else? Right button deselect. I haven't made like an accidental action somewhere. Unless I found it here. Any key checks for right mouse button. Is that the issue? That it's assigned here? Okay, cut that one. And then let's try again. I think that might be the issue. I have assigned this to a different action that is obviously not rebindable. So that means that it finds that one, thus doesn't allow me to rebind it. Ah. Yeah. Interesting. But now the issue would be, if I do it this way, I assume that right-clicking does not work here. That might feel a bit weird. Yeah, right-click doesn't do anything. I already have excluded keys though, like Alt, Shift, Control, Tab, don't do anything here. Mainly so that you're able to tab out of the game without forwarding the monologue or whatever. Okay, but could I change something here then? That's a fun little issue, isn't it? Any key on keyboard, left mouse button. Mouse. Is there not something like any... Can I not go in here? Okay, add new binding. Why can't I click on these? Mouse. Press right button. Oh, there's no like all mouse buttons. That is a fairly big issue though, so I might just have to say that you can't use right button to forward the intro. Unless I could do something here where is duplicate binding. Oh yeah, why if I could exclude the any action from this? Yeah, no, I should be able to do that. Like, if the action is any, then still return false. Rematch, welcome in man, how you doing? Yeah, if it matches, return true. For each action in action map actions, go through all of the bindings on that action. Can I... Could I not check if the action... What is this? Input action type. Type get. Okay, that's like whether it's a value or a button. ID. What is this actions? Like, if I could exclude any from this, then I could make it work. This is definitely not the end of the world. Like, if you can't forward the intro clicking right mouse button, I would kinda be fine with that. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. How would I check if the button, if the action I'm currently checking, can I check for name or some shit like that? I guess that's what I would have to do. Check if the, maybe check if the name of the action is any. In that case, ignore it. Anyone in here playing Ark Raiders? I have not. I've barely seen anything from it. I heard it's been a quite massive success though, as far as I'm aware. Can I check the... what is ID? Oh, that's like the... GUID, that's not what I want. Action map, that's different. Nacho Tyler, welcome in, man. How you doing? Ben Larkin, thank you for lurking, man. Appreciate ya. It's so good. I'm addicted as fuck. I barely even know what type of game it is. It's like one of those... I'm gonna assume it's either some like extraction shooter type thing, maybe? Potentially. Add binding. Can I check for the name here? Controls. Read only input control. Binding index. I guess I could serialize the binding and check if it's the same one, but that feels a bit messy. Binding display string. No, that's the display string for the key, isn't it? Type ID in progress interactions. Interactions is a string, but not sure if that's what we're looking for. Name. Input action.name. If action.name is equal to any, then I would like to continue. Just ignore that one completely. Okay, and then we keep right mouse button here. I feel like this should work. Oh yeah, sorry Nacho, we do have some ads running at a minute. Okay, so first of all check that I can click right click here. I can indeed. Now go into the settings. I'm gonna rebind right mouse button to something else and then try to do flashlight as right mouse button. That does work. Holy shit. Easy fucking peasy. Now I can't do it. Yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, is a fix. Did I have this on my... I know someone reported this. I don't remember if I actually wrote it down or not. Ads should be over, welcome back. What was I saying? Yeah, I was asking what type of game it is. I assume it's like some extraction shooter or like Battle Royale, something along those lines. Fix right mouse button rebinding bug. Sure, done so. Escape to go back in menus is basically done. There is one more thing we do need to check here. Which is basically whether or not escape is excluded during the initialization. Which I hope it is. So we're gonna go back here. And then we are going to clear all of our player prefs. And then boot up. Curious, are there no ads on Twitch in Sweden? I've never seen a single ad. I have gotten ads. Welcome back, Nacho. How are you today? I'm doing quite well. I feel like we've been fairly productive. Gotten some good stuff done. Okay, so escape should not do anything here. Oh. It does play a sound effect though. That's a bit weird. Okay, and then we select a language and then escape. Also doesn't allow me to do anything. But it does play the sound effect, which is a bit weird. Okay, restart again, and then what I'm gonna do is spam escape while I select language. Because I think that could be an issue here, potentially. Oh wait, I need to clear my prefs again. I think it could be an issue where I technically set the player pref right. So if I spam escape while selecting the language, what happens? That seemed fine. Seems fine. Interesting. So far so good, I suppose. None in Finland either for a long time. Yeah, I do know that it can depend on where you are. I think Iceland doesn't get any ads whatsoever. Had to clip that finish, let's go. Thank you for the clip, man. Settings UI. Okay, I think the easiest thing to do here is just be more selective about where I play the select sound. No pun intended. Close button, play select sound. Go back to settings, play select sound. Here, if we are looking at brightness, we should only play the select sound if the int is set up correctly. Same thing here. Controls, return to settings. Rebinding, I don't want to play a select sound. Save, and then we can get rid of this stuff. Okay, I do need to get out of here soon, but I think this should be yet another fix. Did not know that about ads, yeah. No, I mean, I think it mainly depends on, you know, like, demand and stuff. Like, I don't think there's a lot of companies that, you know, want to buy ads for a country like Iceland. Just because, you know, low population. The more... I recently... should I say this? I don't know. Never mind. Okay, escape doesn't do anything. Escape doesn't do anything. Ooh, it did click there for a moment. And then again here. That was a bit odd. Okay, there's definitely some small polish things here we're gonna need to tweak. Ah, wait. No, that doesn't work. We'll see. Overall, this seems fairly functional. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do need to get out of here. Let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Please stick around for the raid. But so far, quite productive day. We're going through a fair amount of things. A little bit of polish left on the escape in menus. We fixed a few bugs, did some general improvements on the intro art. Did a new loading screen, which I think turned out pretty good. Do need to update my screenshots. I need to get this update out. Still have some things to do, but we'll see. I'll probably not have time to finish the update today either. It's gonna take a bit of time. Like I said, this ended up being a bit of a bigger update than maybe intended. Oh, the Fallout show? I haven't seen that one. Is it good? I assume so, since you said it. I'm waiting for the next season. Who should we go to today, ladies and gentlemen? Let's head over to... Where are we heading? We have quite a few people on. I'm trying to think of who I haven't raided in a while. Other than that, I shall be back on, Wednesday, as per usual. Let's go to Camarao. He's on, yeah. I think it's been a good while since I raided Camarao. Yet another game developer on Twitch.tv. Let's do that. If anyone hasn't, of course, make sure to play the demo. Very much appreciate any review on the demo. Other than that, if you want to connect more with the community, join the Discord. Cheetah, thank you very much for hanging out. Rematch, Nacho, Techbox, Strom, appreciate all of you guys. Trash, Great Grievance, Cankles, thank you all so much for hanging out today. Also, a little shout out to Amesis with the raid earlier today. I know today ended up being a little bit of a shorter stream, but like I said, I have not slept that much. I do need to get some rest today, I can feel it. But I'm feeling good about the stuff so far. I think this next update is going to be really good. I just need to bloody finish it, eh? That's what I need to do. They managed to reproduce the mood from the games. Oh, nice. GG indeed. Cheers, Grievance. See you later, Techbox, Rematch. All of you have a great one. Thank you for hanging out. Make sure to throw that chirpy raid in the chat. Let's go and say hello to none other than Camarao Lendario, yet another game developer. Doing some game dev here on Twitch.tv. So yeah, until next time, have a great one everyone, and yeah, thank you for hanging out. Cheers.